a dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the 7 seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our grave. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean wind blow. From long ago, the berserker traveled, crossing raging seas, snatching souls, devouring from green and beast. The seas could not take me, war could not break me, to feel so alive, overflowing elation, ready for war, ready for war, ready for war, ready for war. The lands could not hold me, the ocean could not keep me, though she tried. I traveled and conquered many times. Exhilaration swept in with the tide. Oh, the seas could not take me, war could not break me, to feel so alive, overflowing elation, ready for war, ready for war. best, exiled to faraway lands, shape-shifting into what is more fitting. The seas could not take me, war could not break me, to feel so alive, overflowing elation, ready for war, ready for war, ready for war, ready for war. I see the barren beam, eye to eye, we become one, traveling in hunting, devouring you. I am the bear king.
Seeking power over those that oppose me. Unspeakable crime, murder at midnight. A deal I made, a life I had to take. Someone I loved once held so tight. The screams will follow me. Cries of my ancestors said, go away. My operate, resting in brain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal hiding inside me. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. This form I desire, in innocent blood I will devour. Ancestors gathering round the dwelling, the spirit inhabiting, evil enveloping, the dancing braves in the night, the spirit occupying and transforming, stolen heights, dark practices, my secret life, feathered outers, mysticism, intriguing, my operate, resting in brain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal hiding inside me. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. Give me the ability to hide in plain sight, so no one can see me, not even in the light. I am the crawler, I'm a within, I'm nobody's friend. This initiation is all part of the dark creation. My desires performing incantations. I walk in disguise. If I catch you, it's your demise. Shamanism, my religion, summoning spirits, manifesting myself and changing my flesh. A nightmare to behold. I'ma make you part of the fold. The skin of a man, the soul of a predator. The change is complete. This thing I become, my flesh has succumbed. My operate, resting in brain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal hiding inside me. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same.
Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable in the morning. on Sunday morning. There's a reason why I'm here this morning. It's not what you think. Um, couldn't sleep, man. I could not freaking sleep, and I did have like something weird happen. Something really weird happened to me. So I thought, you know what? I should probably just jump on and tell you exactly what happened. It was a little mini dream. I don't know if you've ever had those, but I was up late working. I had some things I had to do. I had to do a proposal. I had to do a schedule change. I have people that are stuck on post because other people did not relieve them. So we have all these things going on. And then on top of that, I finished my taxes. I did it. I finished it. It was amazing. So I just got to turn them in on Monday. And hopefully Uncle Sam will be placated for another year. But so what do we got? Like 94 people in the chat. I mean, let's see if anybody shows up besides that. I mean, but you know what? For you people that are here, I got a treat for you. This has nothing to do with any of this crap that these people are doing, whatever. I'm not talking about that. Not going to happen. We've given them enough of our time and our energy. What? Just realized I have a green shirt on. Holy crap. I'm the color coordinated and didn't even know it. It says my name, Josh Turner, in green, and this is green. And I got a green shirt on. So that's interesting. So yeah, I met somebody today when I was out at the mall. I met a couple people, and we were just out there to exchange something. I can't even remember what we were doing there. We just ended up there for like 3 hours, and always meet some interesting people. And so I had a couple errands to run, and I was looking for something in particular. My wife needed a pair of jeans, and I don't remember what it was. I wanted something from this place called Fans because they have a certain hat that I was looking for. I like baseball hats, and people always say, "Well, you have a full head of hair," and I do. And they're like, "Why do you need hats?" I don't know. I like wearing them. I've worn them my whole life, and I like them, And so my mother's birthday was yesterday, and it was also the anniversary of Paranormal Roundtable. And instead of an anniversary show, we ended up like just having to explain ourselves to everybody about the video we made like the day before, because people seemed like they weren't really understanding what was going on. And so Anthony and I had to get up here and talk about what was going on. And so I was just like, this is very frustrating for me to have to sit here and go through this. And, so, I decided, like, look, I'm just going to let the legalities take place, and I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to talk about these people. I'm not going to even give them any more oxygen. We've told you what's going on. If you're somebody who can't grasp or figure it out, well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, maybe you didn't graduate. I don't know. Not to be rude, but yeah, there's people like, I just don't get it. Well, if you don't get it, I'm not going to tell you again. But so I'm not going to do a show tonight. Okay. I just don't feel up to it. But right now, not being able to sleep is kind of a problem because I'm so kind of wound up. But I did have like this little short, like I fell asleep for just like a few seconds. And it had to have only been like a few seconds, but it felt a lot longer. And it brought back a memory of when I was young that I thought was long gone. And it's one of those weird things where like I fell asleep reading an encounter, which is something you probably shouldn't do, because when you read some of the encounters that I get, people that watch our show, they like to tell us, about some of the creepy encounters that they get, whatever. And so it's kind of like one of those things where, hold on one second, folks. Let me slide off. There we go. A lot more dark. It's kind of like one of those things where they like to tell us their encounters if they feel like they're show worthy, they kind of like just do it themselves. A lot of people now, they won't give me an encounter unless they think it's really, really good or whatever. But let me be the judge of that. Let us here at Paranormal Roundtable as a team decide whether or not it's show worthy or something that we should talk about on the show. And so this particular person had given me an encounter, and she was like, yeah, this is probably not something that's going to be show worthy. It's not as good as some of the other stories that you've retold on the show and whatever, but I hope that it's, that you like it, whatever. Well, yeah, quite frankly, I mean, it wasn't like any scarier than some of the others I've heard, but it definitely grabbed my attention. And so what it was about was the shadow. This lady kept hearing something under her bed, and then eventually something happened. But we'll get to that one in a minute. So these are a couple of ghost stories, and I have another story that I would classify as a pretty terrifying dogman encounter. Hold on one second, folks. Let me get back on here. So what ended up happening, let me see here. Thank you for that donation. Anunnaki Bro says, thank you for inviting me to dinner back in October and for opening your home to me. Yeah, no problem, man. Nice guy. But so what ended up happening, like I fall asleep and I wake up, and it's something that my Uncle Frank had told me years ago. My Uncle Frank was in Vietnam, and he went through something very traumatic. Well, Uncle Frank probably told me 20 stories from the time I was a child until I was, well into my mid to late 20s, telling me all of this different stuff. And I heard all kinds of stories. Most of it wasn't stuff that really happened to him. It was stories that he picked up from the other GIs when he was over in Vietnam. And when he came back, he did security for a while, but he also was a prison guard. He was a prison guard for a long time. And I just remember a lot of the weird stories that he told. One of them that he told me, and this one was really creepy. And for some reason, when I fell asleep reading this other lady's encounter, and I'll call her Janet, it was like a quick dream. Like I don't know how to describe these little mini dreams. If you haven't had them, it's hard to explain what they are. They're kind of like I don't know, man. Like they're very brief, but they go. There's like all this detail that hits you like a wave, and it's like. So I wake up, and I had been trying to remember this story for a long time, and I was telling Anthony, I was like, there was this story that Uncle Frank told us, and he was actually there when he told us this story. I must have been like 28, 29 or something like that. And so, Anthony must have been like, I don't know, 12-year-old kid or something, maybe. That's what I think. He's probably like 12 or something. So I'm trying to remember like how old he would have been. Yeah, probably like 12 or 13, maybe 12. But anyway, he vaguely remembered it. But anyway, we were talking about it, and I said, dude, I can't remember the story. And I was at the gym and I was working out, and I wanted to tell it. And then, of course, I go to sleep, like briefly, just like real, like, I mean, it must have been like, I'm not kidding, maybe 20 seconds. And then I wake up and I remember this whole dream that it was like in fast forward. But so I thought, you know what? I was going to write it down, but I was just so tired and so wiped from doing my taxes and doing everything I have to do for my job. And I just thought, I'm just going to tell the story. And it would be, I figured I would hope that it would be a treat for you guys, because I'm going to, instead of just making you wait until next week when we come back, because like I said, we're not going to do anything until probably next week. I thought, why not just tell it now? Why not just let it out there? Whoever is going to be here in the chat, you can hear it. You get to check it out. So tell me what you think. I mean, of this, it's weird. Like I fell asleep, and it was like the story that he told me, it was like I was there. But it wasn't like it was happening to me. Like some dreams are almost like it's happening to you. Like you're kind of like there living it. It's happening to you. It was like I was watching it like a movie, but I was like up close and personal in 3D. And I just remember him telling me the story of a GI, and I even remember the names. Like after it was like because I recalled it all. It was like this whatever. And so one of the names of the guy's name was Edwin, and the other one's name was like Charles or James or something. That guy I can't remember, but anyways, there was a guy they had guys that would stand guard duty at their headquarters, like where they were based, right? And one of the areas where he was at, there was a lot of heavy fighting. And he wasn't one of those that would go around talking about his experiences. Yeah, man, you gotta, all the guts and blood and all this. He didn't really get into that. He didn't really brag about it or talk about it a whole lot. I have several friends who have been in combat, and some of them are more willing to talk about it than others. But it's always interesting to me, to sit back and observe, the human psyche and what it does to people. And it's tragic. It's horrible. So my Theo, as they say in Spanish, Frank, he told me, he says there was a guy, this is a ghost story, it was creepy, who got shot in the face. And he was getting ready to get sent back home. He lived. That's the crazy thing. He lived. But the sad thing was, and get this, the 2 days before he was getting ready to get sent back home after they patched him up, he died. And there were two different versions of what he told me happened. He said one of them was that they botched something medically and it ended up killing him. And then the other story was that somebody that didn't like him, like shot him, and then they blamed it on a suicide, which wouldn't have made any sense because he got shot and then he managed to live. And then after they save him, then, oh, you know what? I'm just going to kill myself because I don't want to live. So it didn't make any sense. But he had gotten shot in the cheek and it came out the back of his neck. And believe it or not, he lived and it didn't do any permanent damage. So, but then 2 days, he's convalesced for like 6 weeks. And then two days later, they didn't want to move him too much because of where it was at in the neck. There was a lot of bleeding. So when they were able to finally get him to where he could move around and act and live like a normal human being, then he dies. And it was kind of a mysterious thing. But the reason that my uncle told me this story, and he goes, the reason that he believed that this had happened was because, and sadly enough, he thinks that it was friendly fire and not by accident. That they actually shot somebody, and he thinks it was somebody higher up that had it done or did it, and it was over money. It was like some kind of money that he owed that guy money, and so instead of paying the guy, he just decided to shoot him or have him shot. But that was the rumor. That was a story that went around. And one of the things he told us was that there were a lot of dirty things that happened. People were shooting each other, fragging each other. And, see, David Buckles just says a lot of officers used to get fragged in Vietnam. Pretty common, actually. Okay, I guess common is what he's trying to say. So, yeah. So what ended up happening to this guy, Edwin, he gets shot in the face. And so one night, one of the GIs who was in one of the tents where my uncle was, had gotten up to go to the restroom, and the latrine was kind of across the base. And so he says he's walking, and one of the guards stops him and says, "Hey, what's up, man? It's 3 a.m. Get this, 3 a.m." And he tells him, he says, "Hey, man, what's up?" He goes, "We're under high alert right now, and so you need to have permission from there's like an officer that sleeps in the tents with the guys, whatever. He needs to be giving you a pass. Like they have like this pass that they would give them. And funny enough, it was called a green pass. Like everything seems to be green this morning. But he said, that this particular soldier just said, "Oh, I'm sorry, man. I had to go." And it's the guy in charge was like a gunny sergeant or something, and he was like, it's not a big deal to him, I know, but I can go and wake him up if you need me to. And he says, "Yeah, you need to have this pass or whatever because there's just so much going on." And he said that when the guy turned to the side by the light of the moon, he could see that his face was all deformed. And Then the guy says, "Hey, let me ask you a question." He goes, "Do you have a cigarette?" And he says, "No, I do. They're back at the tent. Let me go grab them." And so he runs back in there and he goes, he doesn't even bother to wake up the gunny. He just goes and grabs the green pass and, takes it off the hook and goes to go back out and has a cigarette. So he runs to the latrine, shows him his pass, and he says, I'll give you a cigarette, man. And as soon as I get back, I'm just, I'm in a big hurry. And so he goes in there to use the bathroom, and the little lights to my left. What are you talking about? And so he says, he's like, so he goes to the restroom, and he comes back out, and he says, "Here you go." He pulls out the pack or whatever, and he flips him a cigarette. And he says, "Sorry, man." He goes, I couldn't hold it. I was about to, whatever. And so, they were in his BDUs down in the bottom of his pocket or something, from what my uncle had said. And my uncle was actually a pretty good storyteller. Maybe it runs in the family. My grandfather on my dad's side was, and my Uncle Frank on my mom's side was. They were both very good storytellers. Repeating a story was something that they were good at. They could tell you and get you really enthralled. And I used to love when Uncle Frank would come over at Thanksgiving or Christmas and tell us stories. And he said, he goes, so he hands them the cigarette, and they both light up, and they're sitting there talking, and they're trying to be quiet, because there's a lot going on. And he says, as he's smoking this cigarette, he says the guy looks down and he notices smoke coming out of a hole in his face. Now, that was the weird thing. He was just like, why is there smoke coming out of this man's face? And this dude did not know what had transpired like a month and a half before. So he had no clue. He had no idea that this dude had something happen. So he was all like staring at the guy, and the guy looked up, and he was like, "You okay?" And the guy, and like flesh and blood, everything, flesh and blood. And he was like, "Yeah, I'm okay. I'm going to go back to bed now." And holds up the pass and says, "I'm going to just put this back in case somebody else needs it," whatever. And so he goes back into the tent or whatever. And then he says that he does this one last turnaround just to make sure he was seeing this correctly, that this guy's face was all messed up. And he said the guy was rubbing the back of his head. And he realized at that time the other GI had taken his helmet off, the steel pot, as they called it. And he said that he goes, "I see a bullet hole like in the back of his neck. It looked fresh." And he was like, "Oh my gosh." I mean, it's not the weirdest thing in the world. Like, there's people that get shot, and he's like, I had seen somebody with a hole right through his arm. And so he thought maybe this guy got shot. I don't know. So he goes, I lay down, and I just lay there, and I couldn't sleep. And he's like, and it was like, he said 3 a.m. He goes, and 4 o'clock comes, 5 o'clock, and then people started getting up, moving around. And so this guy, he asks my Uncle Frank, who was one of the non-commissioned officers, that was right below the gunny, and he told him, he says, "Dude, there's a guy that was out there doing the guard duty. He's not there now," which is weird. He should have been on duty till 6 o'clock, and there was a different guy, and that guy was getting his ass chewed out because he had fallen asleep. So he was about 30 yards away the whole time when this was going on, and he didn't even see that guy. And he was like, he goes over and he listens to this guy getting chewed out. When that guy gets told to take a hike, whatever, he asks this guy, and he's like, "Sir, permission to speak," whatever. And he's like, "Yeah, go ahead." And he's like, I have a question. Was this the guy that was on duty? And he says, "Yes." And he was derelict of duty. And he's like, "And we need him to go out today, and whatever, or he'd be in big trouble. You're lucky this isn't civilians. Actually, this is the one chance you could screw up, and we're not going to like totally just tear you apart because we need you to go fight." That's kind of what was going on. So he told this guy, he says, "Yeah, he was the one that was here last night. We found him asleep this morning." And he goes, "Where at?" And he says, "Well, right here, right around the corner." He shows him, and he says, that's impossible. There was another guy that was out here in this sector, and he didn't give me his name. I didn't ask. But I had never seen him before because he had just been there for about a month. This guy had been gone for 6 weeks. And he said, but I noticed something odd about him. His face was damaged and there was a hole in his face. And he said that as he was talking, another officer had walked up and they were listening to this story. And they look at each other and they were like, that had to be Edwin C. And they were like kind of talking amongst themselves and then like kind of quietly. And then they said, can you describe this guy? And he went into great detail about the guy, what he looked like, and who he was. And so what ended up happening is he goes back to the tent and my Uncle Frank goes out there and he talks to those officers and he comes back, him and the gunny, and they tell this private, they said, hey, the guy that you saw, that's impossible because that guy is deceased. And this private looked like, he was going to fall over, like all the blood drained out of his face. He was a Hispanic kid from San Diego or San Jose, California. And he said the dude, he was, he went from being an off olive color to white as a sheet. And he's like, I saw the guy. He was flesh and blood. He smoked a cigarette. I mean, this guy was making noise like he was a flesh and blood being. So last night I was watching Blondes and Booze, or not Blondes and Booze. I was watching, I guess it was Tex, or maybe it was BMR. I don't know. I think it was BMR. BMR had a show, whatever. But Tex was on there along with Krista and Brandy from Blondes and Booze, and I was just, busy doing what I was doing. So I put it on the TV and I decided to listen to it for a little bit. And they were talking about Dogman and Bigfoot and whatever. And the whole flesh and blood versus, spiritual thing, whatever, that whole debate, which seems to have borne no fruit over so many years. It just seems like we're just kind of up in the air about what these things are. We seem to know that they are some kind of in-between thing, maybe there's a flesh and blood, and then maybe there's not, or maybe it's metaphysical, or maybe it's not. We really don't know what it is. All we know is that it is. And so that whole debate came up and I was listening, and I was just like, I wasn't really commenting. I was just kind of, I guess, as they call it, lurking in the chat. And then I said a couple little things, and I mentioned that my encounter was weird because I didn't know until 29 years later that there probably was a metaphysical element to it, which helped shape the opinion that I have now about what it is or what it was. And, a lot of people will sit there and try to convince you one way or the other that it's a flesh and blood or it's a metaphysical thing, whatever. But in reality, we don't know. We really, really don't know. And so it's hard for me to like make an exact whatever. But I just thought it was interesting. I've been trying to remember forever that story, and I knew the gist of it, but I didn't know the detail. I couldn't remember the details of what it was, and so I was like, golly. But if you have family members or somebody who's had some sort of an encounter, or they know people who've had encounters. One of my jewelers today told me a scary story. Like he was talking about it, and he's actually from India. He's a Sikh, and he's one of the guys I do business with. And shout out to him. He's a great guy. And they call him Cash. That's his nickname. He's got a store there at Lakeline Mall, and I definitely. And now I'm messed up. I don't have his business card in front of me. I will give him a shout out and advertise for him a little bit. He cut me such a great deal on something that I told him. I said, you know what, I'm going to give you a shout out and I'm going to, promote you because he cut us a really good deal. And it was something because my wife had traded in this other necklace that she didn't want. And so she got something else. And we had a fun day, and the guy just gave us a steal of a deal, especially with gold being as high as it is. And so I thought, thank you for that donation. I appreciate it, and so we didn't really have to break the bank or whatever. And my wife, there was a necklace that she really didn't want. And so she took it back and got something else. And the guy just really hooked us up. But yeah, so he's a Sikh, and he was telling us a ghost story. And then I talked to a couple of the security guards, and I told them, hey, if you have any weird stories or anything happens, let me know. And I was reminded when I was reminded when I was at the counter that there is a spot in that mall that is haunted, and that the guards that work there over the past few years have had some really weird things happen. One of the stories I got from there, and I've had this one for a while, but I was thinking about like just doing another episode where we just talk about haunted malls and shopping centers and stuff, because some of the stuff that comes out of there, it goes beyond just ghosts, people seeing an apparition. And I think this is one of those. There was, it happened near the Macy's. I thought it was the Dillards, but I looked at my notes and it was actually the Macy's. And these guys were working security there about 4 or 5 years ago, and Scorpion was there when they were filming part of they were filming Fear the Walking Dead, and Scorpion was doing the security for them, and they shut the mall down at night. And they brought all these people in, these extras and stuff, and one of the people had gone to the back to grab something, some prop or something they had back there, and Scorpion's walking back there with them, and the guard that was there like lurched forward and had said that it seemed like something had grabbed his shirt. Now, I worked security there one night, and I had to work at, I don't remember what store it was. I know Scorp was worked that night. He was working Disney, and I had to work at I think the one I worked at was it's a woman's clothing store. I had on the tip of my tongue. I want to say Express. I know that's not right. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I was upstairs working one of the places, and I was talking to one of the guards. This was several years ago, and I was talking to one of the guards that was working there, and they were doing their inside rounds. And I went out and I started chit-chatting with them and talking about, just shooting the breeze. It was like 3 a.m. there again, or close to it. And so we were sitting there talking, and I told him, I said, I heard that something happened the other night when they were filming that episode. I think it was called Scorpions or something like that, which is ironic that Scorpion was guarding it during the episode. I think it was called Scorpions or something, but it was from Fear the Walking Dead. And I don't even keep up with it. I don't even know if Fear the Walking Dead is still a show. I don't think it is. But the guard was like, oh, yeah. He goes, yeah, I remember, he goes, I was back there one night. And he goes, I was going to grab my food and take a break. And there was like a break room thing, whatever. And he said, dude, I was walking down that back hallway on the downstairs level, whatever. And he said, dude, and those back hallways are really creepy, especially at Barton Creek Mall. That one's really bad. And I've actually heard noises, and I literally got something hit the back of my foot one night. This is at the other mall down south. Across the road is where supposedly the homeless cannibal people were living or whatever. Weird area, a lot of weird stuff. And so I lift my leg up, and I'm like, what is that? And it turns out that there was a cardboard box. It was folded flat, and it flew and hit my foot. Like somebody had kicked it, and slid it across that slick, cement floor. And so I thought that somebody had kicked a box underneath me. So I turn around and look, and you can see all the way down that hallway. And there was nobody there. And I didn't hear any of the doors open or whatever. And it was 2 a.m. So I don't know what that was. That was at Barton Creek. But it's the same thing at Lakeline. The malls were made to look real pretty and nice on the inside. The dirty, dingy back hallways, it's always like ugly and disgusting. And so I ended up kind of getting freaked out. I was like, what the hell was that? And why did a box just come and hit my back of my foot? Well, what really got me was that night that I was talking to this guard, and I think his name was Thomas or something like that. And that was his last name. And so Officer Thomas was telling me that one night when he was in the back, where the other guy, and I remember this other guy, his name was like DeAndre or something like that. That was the guy that got grabbed the night that Scorpion was there, because I interviewed the guy, talked to him about it. And he was an African-American guy, and he's pretty cool. And he was just telling me that he was quitting because he didn't like to have to do those nighttime patrols inside the mall when nobody was in there, except for the cleaning people, and that's it. And then every now and then somebody like us who would do work for the company that would hire us for the mall, and that we would do the inside of these places or whatever. And so what ended up happening is he said that he was in the back, and he said he heard like a, this is going to sound really weird, but like a growl, like a, I can't do it. My throat's like a low guttural growl. And he said that when he heard this noise, he said he immediately knew that it was not human and there was nobody back there but him. And he's like, dude, I was screwed. There was nothing back there. He goes, and we were standing there talking. We were on the upper level. Scorpion was working downstairs. And I told him, I said, what does it say? Somebody's buffering. Hope it's working. But anyway, the guy said, he goes, I had a weird experience here. And so I hear this growling noise. He goes, and at the time that this happened, he goes, I was living in an apartment with this girl, and our apartment was having weird activity. So I thought that that's what it was. I thought that it had something to do with that. And there was like this, maybe like what was happening at my apartment was carrying over into my job. He's like, and so I felt like there was something there, spiritual. And he's like, I said, kept walking. And I was trying to walk out of the back and just, just ignore it. And he goes, I've heard things before. He's like, I thought I heard whispering. He goes, and I just was trying to get out of there. And he said that when he got to the door that leads into the main, the like back into the mall, into the main area, where you walk back out into the mall. And he said at that point, he's like, I feel this icy hand, like a cold hand, grab my back. And he said that when he did, it was like something clutched onto the back of his work shirt. It started pulling him. And he said that it was like this tug of war that began, and he was rocking back and forth, and he was like trying to get out of the door, and he could see people walking around and moving around. And he said that this thing got so forceful that it began to pull him so hard. And he turned, he looked, there was nothing there. He's like, there was literally nothing and no one there. And he's like, dude, I couldn't do anything. He goes, and then I went to try to scream and yell for help, and I couldn't do it. No sound was coming out of my mouth. And so then he said that eventually he just pulled real hard. He goes, and I started praying in my mind. I just started praying. And eventually this entity or whatever it was just let me go. And I was able to get free, get loose, and make my way out of there. He goes, and I never, ever walked that hallway willingly by myself again. Now, he said willingly. So I said, so let me ask you this. I said, did you ever do it unwillingly? He said, oh, yeah, a couple times I had to go back there. He's like, and I would literally walk through there, and every time I would hear something, like something would follow me. He said, in the second time that it happened, that he thought something was following him, he started running. And then he got to the door and he stopped right before he pushed the door to go open. He said there was always this fear that he was going to get grabbed or play tug of war with some sort of ghost or spirit, whatever. And he said that when he got to the end of that hallway, he could hear footsteps running behind him, quickly closing in on him. And he goes, and I opened that door so fast. He goes, and I got out of there. And he's like, dude, he goes, trust me. So what I did, I was bored, and I said, I'd like to see this spot where you had this happen to you, right? And he says, yeah, I can take you. And he goes, I can lock this up for you. So it's like you just pull the cage down, whatever. And I told him, I said, the problem though is you can't. That's why I'm here. It's he said, okay. He goes, well, I got a solution. So he calls on the radio to another guard. And about 5 minutes later, this other guard pulls up and literally they used the little segways back then. They don't even use them anymore. But at that mall, but the guy pulls up and jumps out and he says, hey man, he goes, can you, another nice guy, he says, can you watch this for Officer Turner for a minute? I'm going to take him over there and I'm going to show him the haunted hallway. And this guy goes, oh yeah. So apparently this is something that they all knew about. And so I go with him and we go to this area across from where I was at and down further past the food court. And then we go around this little corner and he says, check this out. And he goes to open the door and he looks, he points, he goes, this is the haunted hallway right here where people have had experiences. People that work in these shops have claimed to see things and feel things, and sometimes somebody gets grabbed. And he said that the people from Spencer's had claimed that one time they were in the back doing something, the lady tried to turn and go back inside and her legs got grabbed. And now, I may have talked on the show about this because I interviewed some people for that. I interviewed one of the people that worked there at the Spencer's. And it was either Spencer's or Hot Topic. But I talked about it on the show. And so when I was sitting there listening to this guy talk, I got a really weird feeling. I got a feeling that something was sitting there watching us. So while we're sitting there talking about this, whatever it was, I heard just like that. Now, I don't chalk it up to being like something paranormal. And as I've said before on the show, I don't go around saying, oh, I had a weird experience. Oh, man, I saw a chupacabra just because I saw something that looked weird. I don't claim it as an experience because I don't know. All I know is I heard somebody clear their throat and you could see all the way down the hallway and there was nobody. There was nobody in that hallway. He goes, okay, time to go. And we turn around, we walk back out. So, yeah, very creepy, very weird thing, okay? And I thought, if anybody is going to be brave enough to walk down this hallway by themselves and experience something and not let it get to them, it's not going to be me. It's going to be somebody else, some other fool's going to go and they're going to do that because that's not me. I'm not doing it. So there you go. And I never did. I never did it. And I just not going to do it. But anyway, those guys were nice enough to tell me that, whatever. So let me get to this other story. But before we go on, does anybody have any questions or do they want to talk about anything? Anything that you want to talk about? I'm going to grab something to drink real quick. Be right back. I don't have anybody to grab anything for me. So everybody's probably asleep. So I will return. Okay, so I'm back. And it's darker in here now. So what ended up happening, I know this is creepy because I'm the only one awake in here and it's dark and it's creepy, but I was born in the dark. You merely adopted it. But After what I've been through with these kind of hauntings and creepy stuff, it doesn't even bother me anymore, dude. But sometimes when you get a story, it really does bother you because it's actually very creepy. And this one was creepy. And this is the one that I had just read before I took that little 20-second nap. But it did something weird. It did like bring back a memory, like I said earlier. And my voice has been a little. So this story, the one that I was telling you about, this woman was having, the one I was calling Janet, she was telling me that she was having some really weird things happen to her. Sometimes at night when she was asleep, she would hear footsteps walking all around the house. And her husband worked graveyards. And more than once, he had gotten up with a pistol to go around and check and see if there was something there. And never, ever did she find anything. But then she would go back to her bedroom. And sometimes when she would start to fall asleep, well, whatever was in the room with her would shuffle around, making noise. She could hear the footfall. And at one point, she got so freaked out, she called the police because she saw what looked like a hand sticking out from under the bed. But she said that the hand didn't look like a normal person's hand. That was the really creepy thing. But it was almost like a hand that belonged to like an elderly person, she claimed. But it wasn't like an old man or woman, like, somebody that was, it looked weird. It was like too elongated, and the fingers and everything were too long to be what she said a normal human's hand. And she said she got so freaked out and so scared that she ended up like just grabbing her phone and calling the police. Well, they lived on the outskirts of Seattle, and the police came and they were just like, yeah, what's going on? And she's like, well, I'm sorry to bother you, officers, but I thought I saw somebody under the bed. And well, maybe I'm wrong. I was just, and because she finally had gotten the nerve to look. And she said, and it made it easier that she had an American Shepherd and that this dog was very astute, very smart dog, and it was trained. And she picked this dog. She picked her because she bonded with her. She was a rescue, and they decided to keep her. They were doing this kind of rescue program or whatever where dogs had been mistreated. And this dog's name was Susie, which is cool because I had a dog named Susie when I was a kid. And it was weird how I ended up getting Susie. Susie, not to get off subject too much, but she was actually our neighbor's dog. And when we moved to literally 30 miles away, Susie, even though she was our neighbor's dog, was attached to me. And so this dog, one day we're coming out of the grocery store, and there in Haskell, Texas, where we live, the grocery store was called M Station. My mother worked there as a cashier. And eventually she became a manager at a grocery store here in Central Texas when we moved. But back then she was just a cashier, and we were pretty dirt poor. And this dog, this big white dog, my mom's like, I don't know if this is correct or not. She called me, and I was at the house. We didn't have cell phones back then. And she's like, but it looks like Susie, but I'm here working, but I see it outside. She's like, and so I'm going to go out there and check. So she's like, tell your dad, because he should be home by now, which he wasn't. She's like, but when he gets home to come up here and make sure. She goes, because my manager's watching me, and I can't be running outside, because when I went outside, she wasn't there, but then she came back to the window and when I was back inside. And so sure enough, my dad drives up there with me, and there she is. There she is, Susie, the dog that lived across the street from us, who the people that didn't take care of the dog or whatever. So the dog and me bonded. And I played with this dog all the time, and we had a pomegranate tree. And I would just sit there, by that pomegranate tree and eat pomegranates and hang out with this dog like all day. Like I didn't have a dog of my own, but the neighbor's dog was pretty much my dog. to the point where when we moved, the dog went to Haskell and found us. So the dog, we couldn't put it in the back of our station wagon because she was too big. She didn't fit. So we only lived a few blocks from the grocery store. So we drove back, and the dog ran behind the car, following us. It was incredible. It was one of those really crazy things. And so then we called the neighbors, or the people that used to have the Mayfields, and we told them, hey, we have your dog up here, whatever. And they basically told us that if you want the dog, go ahead and keep it. It keeps running away. And obviously it's looking for your son. So if you want the dog, well, there it is. So we ended up keeping her. So I had 2 dogs at that time, Susie and Rosie. Yeah. But anyways, it's crazy because Barton has a dog named Rosie too. And I had one named Rosie as a child. So those were my dogs. And eventually Susie died of old age. And I was very heartbroken. That dog and me were very attached. And she was a big, tough dog. She was half German Shepherd, half Lab. But she was pretty protective of me and aggressive toward people and other animals that got too close to me. And so my parents loved that dog. The dog was really good to us. It was a very good guard dog. But anyway, it's funny because she was telling me this story about this white German Shepherd, or was an American Shepherd, named Susie. And she's like, and Susie was very protective. And she's like, so Susie began to growl because something was under the bed. And she's like, and finally I got the nerve. And I go to look under the bed and I hear ding dong, and knocking on the door. And it was the police. So she sets up and she freaks out, doesn't see anything. The police come in. She tells them, hey, I saw a hand or something under the bed. And I know that it was there. I didn't hallucinate this. And one of the cops was just kind of like, yeah, sure. Like she's like, he was just very like blasé, like, yeah, sure you saw something. The other cop was very nice and attentive and said, if you need anything, call us back. Now she said, of course, this is back in like 2002. And it was like years ago, back when the cops gave a crap and they actually did their jobs, at least, in that area. They did their job at that time. But she said that every night that she would hear these noises, and sometimes she would hear what sounded like talking or whispering. So she would go out into the foyer and she would hear like this. Strangely enough, I've heard that too here in this house. And then sometimes when the aquarium water is it starts to get a little bit low, you'll hear it splashing. It literally sounds like somebody's having a conversation. It's creepy as hell. So when she was talking, I was sitting there telling her, I was like, Janet, everything you're saying is crazy because like I can totally relate to this. Now, some stories I can relate to some of it. Sometimes I can relate to most of it, but this story I could relate to all of it. I mean, it was crazy. When I was a kid and my dad worked graveyards, he would leave me alone at night. And I would literally bring my dogs into the house because I was terrified because I would hear stuff moving around and it would scare the crap out of me. And I'm not kidding. It was like it waited until my dad would leave. And so my dad never experienced any of it, but it was like on cue, oh, you're alone now, kid. Okay, cool. Now we're going to scare the crap out of you. And so, yeah, it's what it felt like. But it was only in a couple different places where we lived. One, I thought it was the land where we lived that was probably haunted. The other place was definitely the house. It was absolutely the house. And I've talked about it on the show. And when I saw this shadow thing walking down the hallway the night before Thanksgiving with some of my cousins, and we literally saw what looked like the outline in the darkness of a man dragging a bag behind him. And he looked like this huge hulking man. Of course, when you're 8, 9 years old, everything looks like a big, giant, hulking, whatever. But this definitely seemed to be the case. Like this was somebody that was a very large individual. And so we had this, I don't know, thing going on, but it seemed to be like it messed with the women more. And so when this woman was telling me this story, I said, now, when your husband was at home, did he ever experience anything? And she's like, nope. She's like, this thing didn't do anything when he was there. She's like, but the minute that he left, it would start up. She's like, and it made me feel like I was crazy. because when he's there, nothing's happening. And I'm telling him that something is going on and that every time he leaves, something happens. And eventually he's just kind of like, yeah, okay, yeah, it seems kind of odd. Like it only happens when I'm not here. Right. And so I kind of made a joke and I said, kind of like the cartoons on the Warner Brothers with the Michigan J Frog, like nothing is happening until, until the guy's not looking. And then they just look at the dude who's like, trying to show him that the frog can get up and dance. Everybody's doing the Michigan rag. You know what I'm talking about? And then the frog just goes limp and goes ribbit, ribbit. Just like that. And so she was like, yeah, it was just like that. It was like this thing was performing for me, but not my husband. And she goes, and eventually I got tired of it. And one day I hear something going on in the kitchen and it was like slam, 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 slam. Like all these things are slamming. She goes, and I was starting to get emboldened. I was like, yeah, I'm not scared of you. Knock it off. You're not going to let me bully you and all this crap. I'm not afraid of you. And then she said, one night, when this happened again, she heard the slamming of cabinets. And she said at that point, she's like, I got really emboldened. And she's like, and I grabbed my husband's pistol, one of his pistols. And she's like, and I walked over there and she goes, I don't know what I knew it was a ghost. It wasn't an intruder, but just in case, I took the gun with me. It gave me a level of comfort. Maybe it was a false sense of security. I don't know. That's what she said. But she was like, but I thought, you know what? I'm not going to let this thing scare me and run me off and make me crazy. And in my house, it's just like, this is my house. You're not going to do anything to me. And she's like, and I walked in there and I was like, just basically telling it, what was what. She says, and then I walked out and I felt this sense of relief. And it's like this calm came over me and everything in the house. And she's like, and then I felt like the presence had calmed down. It had toned down and I had literally taken control of the situation. And she's like, and guess what? And she calls me Josh, but she goes, guess what, Josh? Everything was fine. I said, oh, well, that's cool. And I thought that was the end of the story. And I was like, well, congratulations. She's like, no. No, you don't understand. She's like, I hear this noise. And she says, and it was like like that. And she's like, and it just went on. And I was like, what the heck? Like somebody who was in extreme pain, but they were so exhausted and so hurt that they couldn't actually vocalize how much pain they were in. And she said that this thing, whatever it was like making this slapping noise on the floor. And so she's like, I'm going like, what now? What new horror am I dealing with here now? And she says, and I turned the corner and this thing was crawling towards me on the ground from the den or from the dining room into the den. And she said that it looked like a half of a person. And she said that it had long, scraggly hair. She didn't say scraggly, but that was my description from what she said. Long, stringy hair. And I don't even know if scraggly is a word. I just said that because it's kind of what conjured the image up for me. But she said that, it was crawling towards her, literally crawling towards her. And she's like dragging itself across the ground. And she's like, and I couldn't believe what I was looking at. And she said, it looked very much flesh and blood, like a very real creature, entity, whatever you want to call it. And she said, at that moment, I thought, there is no way in hell I'm actually seeing this. And she's like, and I thought about shooting it. She's like, and it was moving slowly at first. She goes, and the dog was nowhere to be found. So she started calling her dog, hoping that the dog would come and maybe help her. So then she turns to go into her bedroom and barricade herself in the bedroom. And she says this thing was slapping across the floor, coming closer and closer towards her. And she says at this point, she's like, I'm like paralyzed. She goes, I could not move my feet. She's like, I could bend my knees, I could squat up and down, but it was like my feet would not move. And whatever was happening, something was holding my feet in place, and I was not able to open the door. She's like, I was reaching for it and I couldn't move. I could not bend my feet. And it was like getting closer and closer. And she said that when she turned around, she looked at it and she could see the eyes, these eyes that were glowing this yellowish, she called it a greenish yellow. And kind of gross, but she said it was like the color of phlegm, but it was like the eyes, and it was just nasty looking, like hag looking thing. And she could see little things on it, and she was like, what is this thing that I'm looking at? And she's like, I got to get out of here. So she keeps on trying to reach, and she wasn't a Christian at that time. She is now, and they've since moved, and they live in Arizona. But she said that at the time, she said that they were very like atheists. She didn't believe in God. Her husband was a big atheist. He had been born and raised as a Mormon, but he had turned away from the Mormon faith and had gone very far the opposite direction. And they had met in college at Washington, And so she said that basically they didn't believe in anything. So she wasn't crying out to God or anything like that. And she said that it was like eventually, she said she just stood there and she thought, what am I going to do? I have no way to get away from this being or this creature. And she's like, and so I just started screaming at the top of my lungs. And she's like, and then she's like, my dog comes around the corner finally. And she's like, I think she's not 100%, but that the dog had fallen asleep. And with the dog that was that protective and that it was never asleep like that. She goes, one minute it was in the kitchen with me. And the next thing you know, she's like, it must have went around the corner and went into there was like a kitchen and like a small like dining room. It wasn't a dining room though. It's like a breakfast nook, and then there's a dining room and then a den. So she said the dog must have fallen asleep like in the breakfast nook and just was there. That's the only thing she could think of. So it comes around the corner and it immediately starts going towards this thing and barking at this thing. And this thing turns and begins to crawl really quickly and goes up onto this little, I forgot what she called it. Like there's this little pad where it went up onto this bricks where there's a chimney. And it got up onto the pad and it went into the chimney and crawled up it and was gone. And she said this thing was very much like a flesh and blood creature. She's like, so much so that it had like left a trail of what looked like slime. Now, here, people that are in the ghost community, and I'm pretty much one of them. I've been in the ghost community for a long time, just like I've been in the Dogman, Bigfoot, and alien community, whatever, UAP, UFO, whatever. I study all of this. I'm a Fortean researcher. That's what I do. And ghosts are it's always been one of my wheelhouses. And so I told her, I said, I know what that is. That's ectoplasm. And I actually believe that some of these beings, that when they say that they're made of a smokeless flame, I think that they're plasmic. And so I told her, I said, that was a manifestation, a physical manifestation of an entity. She said, was it demonic? I said, what do you think? She said, yes. I said, then you're probably right. That's probably what it was. And then the next night, after all of that, she told her husband what happened, and her husband and her got into an argument. And he's like, this never happens when I'm here. He's like, I work 5 nights a week. I go overnight and do the stocking or whatever. And she's like, and then, I come home and magically all this stuff has happened, but it never happens when I'm here. It just happens when I'm gone. So he was kind of like not really believing her, just thinking that she was just like crying chicken little, the sky's falling, whatever. She's like, in the middle of our little argument, we hear this, like somebody running on their roof. Now, they lived out in a subdivision that was pretty new, and there weren't a lot of houses, and theirs was at the end of the street, and there were 2 or 3 houses that were still, they had been finished, but nobody had moved into them yet. And so there were 2 houses down toward the front of the street that had actually, somebody was about to move into. They were in the process, whatever, but then there were 2 houses in between them and their house. Nobody lived there. And across the street, they were still building a couple of the houses. So she said, she's like, there was nobody around that would have been crawling around on our roof. And it made it even more scary that, Although once these houses are done, they're all kind of going to be, close together. There's going to be people. And she said at first she didn't want that. But after this incident, she was like, I welcome to have neighbors. She's like, because this scared the hell out of me. And I said, I don't blame you. But even after all that, I wouldn't want my neighbors close to me. I just don't. I would rather just live away from them. Just me. First 15 years of my life, I lived out in the sticks. And then I had to learn to be a city boy and survive. And so what ended up happening, this being, whatever, I guess that's Elvira. Weird. We're sort of talking about this and the dogs just start going crazy and barking. Huh. So anyways, what ended up happening, geez Louise, man, what is going on? Dog is barking. There's nothing going on, at least that I know of. So what ended up happening, he goes outside, they stop and they stare at each other in disbelief, or he's staring at her in disbelief. And then they go outside and he's got his flashlight and he's looking. And this was one of the nights where he was off. 2 nights a week he was off. His schedule was weird. He was like off on I think like Sundays and Mondays or something like that. So she said that he goes outside and, takes the flashlight and they look, he doesn't see anything. And then they go back inside and they hear it again. And then they hear a thud and a plop, and it sounds like something hit their patio in their backyard. They live in a 3-bedroom house, and she said it was like a 2,800 square foot house. It wasn't like huge, but it wasn't a small, tiny little place either. Thank you for that donation, Nathan Burr. I appreciate it, Nathan. And so he goes outside onto the patio, and he looks, and she's like, he screams like a girl. She said, not only was it terrifying that her husband would scream, but part of it, I was kind of glad because it was vindication. And she's like, it was like a bittersweet thing because here's my husband, big, strong guy, terrified of whatever was back there, but at least he saw it. And what he described to her would be something out of anybody's worst nightmare. He saw this thing that would be us, that we are in the know, right? We're the initiated. We know what this is. It's a pale crawler, humanoidal figure crawling up the only tree in their backyard. And it crawls up to the top and then it jumps over the fence. But this thing didn't have any legs. It was just a pale crawling creature that looked like half of a human body moving around. So he saw what she saw. And after that, he never, ever doubted her. And he put in a security system, and they had his sister. She lived in Kirkland. I guess it was Kirkland or something, whatever that town is. But she needed a place to stay. And she had been paying a lot of rent or whatever. So he moved her in promptly. Within like a week, he had her staying there. So the girls were there at night. And, long story short, but this is not a long story or a short story. It's sort of a mid-level story, right? Everything was fine, but the haunting continued off and on for about 3 years. And at one point, his sister met a guy, found somebody she really cared about. She moved out after 2.5, almost 3 years. And then they went off and got married and they became, whatever, and actually bought a house down the street. And the hauntings, the weird things that were going on got less and less and less to the point where eventually it stopped. But the people that lived behind them, they got to know them, and they told them that they were seeing weird stuff all the time. Orbs, balls of light would move through their house, and they saw this same thing, this half crawler thing moving around in their backyard. And they thought it was like a flesh and blood thing. But then again, who knows? This kind of stuff is so weird. It's this metaphysical, sort of in between whatever the hell it is. Who knows what it is? We just know that it exists. So there's that story. I thought that was pretty darn creepy. And when she was telling me, I was like, wow, that is creepy. And I'm sitting there, and afterwards I'm falling asleep and, have this weird dream. And it was like, but so if anybody has anything they want to talk about or they have any questions or whatever, just let me know. We got 310 people in the chat on what is this, Sunday morning, 8 in the morning. No, Green Mountain Droning, we announced yesterday that we're not going to stop. I was just going to take the weekend off and then start back up next weekend, but I just couldn't sleep. And, there was nothing else going on. And I was like, why not talk about some stuff? I mean, there's all sorts of things we can talk about. And, I have a ton of stories that are just piling up, and they're going to keep piling up, these encounters, until I, get them out there. Of course, Natty. What do you think? Would you expect anything less from that wonderful group of people? They're going to, as soon as you do an update, yeah, something's going to happen, Blondes and Brews. Brandy. What's up, Brandy? She says, we love stories in the morning. If you could arm wrestle a perfectly tamed cryptid, who would you choose, Wolf? I'm not a good arm wrestler. I'm extremely strong. And I've shown multiple videos of me lifting lots and lots of weight. But my right arm is kind of jacked up. My elbow is messed up. There's like cartilage loose running around in there. And this was my punching arm. And you can see my fingers and hands and my knuckles are all messed up because I was a fighter. And when I arm wrestle, this would be my dominant arm, the one that I would use, but my elbow is messed up. So I would say I'm not a good arm wrestler. I'm a good puncher, but I would arm wrestle nothing, no whatever. And so I've had to arm wrestle with my left, which just isn't as good because as strong as it is, it's just not my dominant arm. It's more for like jabbing, and this one's like your power, So that's kind of how it is. Robert says, good morning, Wolf and PRT. Sunday mornings, I'm always down. When I was talking in that story, it kind of reminded me of something when I was a kid, like being alone in the house at night sometimes, and you would hear things. And thank God I never saw anything like that crawling across the floor. I think that would probably have given my body a heart attack. When I first moved into town, I was actually kind of relieved because I was alone a lot at night out in the middle of nowhere in the country. And of course, I got used to it. So by the time I moved into town, I was already kind of used to like being around, something creepy or scary. You'd hear things or whatever, but never in my wildest dreams did I think in town that I would run into a real live werewolf. But I can tell you this. One of the things I learned, though, this is kind of off topic. Like I said earlier, sometimes I go off topic, but I'll get right back on it. I moved into town, and believe it or not, folks, I'm going to tell you the truth, the honest to goodness truth. And I may have told you this already. I'm sure I have, but I had an accent, and I've worked really hard to not have that accent. Yeah, Shade Viking. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think that picture, my wife posted it, and you could see my knuckles were red because we were actually in Arlington, and we had gotten into a fight with some guys. I remember that, and it was at a freaking Albertsons. I'm not joking. My friend Jerome had said something, and this group of guys they drive around those little small go-kart sounding cars or whatever, and they started talking trash, and one thing led to another, and then there was an altercation, and it was just ridiculous. But this was like back in the late 90s. But the next day, my hand was kind of swollen. So yeah, there was a picture. So I was 15. I moved into town, and I talk like this, and I'm not joking. Now, sometimes I'll start talking, and it is a deep Southern drawl. It's just kind of like how I talk. I grew up in the South, and when I talk like this. And it was worse than this, And so I was in school, and I went to school, and some of the kids kind of talked like that because it was a rural town. and then some of the kids didn't. And so I kind of got made fun of, but not real bad. But when I came to Austin and I went to an inner city school, which was kind of a rough school, there was not a lot of people that talked like that. I don't remember. I mean, maybe one or two. And yes, this is live, XN. And so I when they said, what is your name? Introduce yourself, whatever. I stood up and I said, my name is Josh Turner. I sounded like a hick, like an absolute hillbilly. And everybody kind of giggled and laughed because people here in Austin didn't really talk that way. The inner city kids didn't talk like that. And so they were like, where are you from, man? And I was like, I'm originally from Taylor, Texas, but I just transferred over here from Rockdale. And they were just like, wow. And then they started calling me all kinds of goofy names. At best, they would call me like Big Country. And at worst, they would call me like, hillbilly and, whatever. And they would say things like, this kid, like, were you out herding cows this morning? And just stupid things like that, making fun of me. And I would be like, no, I wasn't. No, I trying to just be nice, whatever, until I started punching people. And they realized that I was very proficient at it, and they left me the hell alone. Eventually, it got to where they just left me alone. But I worked on my accent. Now, on my dad's side of the family, literally, my dad is the absolute only one that doesn't have somewhat of a Southern drawl that's real pronounced. My dad still does have some, and when he gets mad, it comes out like, what the hell? He'll get kind of Hank Hillish when he gets mad or whatever. Me, I've pretty much removed that accent, and it wasn't anything that I was ashamed of. Well, I'm lying. I was ashamed of it just because the way they made fun of me, but it wasn't anything I did for anybody but myself, because I remember my dad giving me a lesson and telling me that if you want to be a man of business and enterprise and somebody who wants to do something with himself, you can't walk into Samsung and go, hi, I want to run this place. You need to give me a job, and so, and I'm not bagging on people who talk like that, but it does it's kind of off-putting to people who are in charge of things because they don't think you're very educated. And so I literally now am probably the only person, and there's even half of my mom's family that talks that way too, and they're Hispanic and they talk like that. So, it's a small rural town where I come from, and everybody kind of talks like this. Now, I don't talk like that no more, but I did it one time. And whenever I went to the city, and I used to even say it that way, the city, and I'm like, I'm living in Austin. And people were like, what the hell? This guy sounds like he's just out walking in cow shit. And probably was. But I grew up on farms and ranches, and we always had animals. I had to get up every day and do chores and stuff like that. Stuff that kids nowadays probably don't even have any clue about. And it was always like that. But it is what it is. Now I'm a refined gentleman and I talk like this. Yes, indeed. Actually, I don't talk like that. But, it's just one of those things, man. And I'm not ashamed of where I came from. I know my roots. The good thing, though, is that when somebody accuses me of being a city boy, goofy thug, whatever the heck name, thought, whatever they want to call me, blah, blah, blah. And like, I don't know anything about the sticks. And I love it when they try to say, I can skin a book and run a trot line. I can too. Believe me. I grew up in the sticks. You think I don't know how to live out in the country? I'll survive. Believe me. Funny how people will make little snide remarks and comments, and because they think that they got something on me. I'm not a city boy. I'm a hillbilly, and I'm proud of it. And I know more than you. No, I know more than you because I'm also a hillbilly, but I'm well read. And I've been cultured since, and I know all about both lives. I know what it's like to live in the sticks and, run around in the woods. And I also know how to live in the city. I learned to adapt. So that makes you a little more well-rounded. So one of the things that people don't call me anymore is hillbilly, hick, or big country. But I never forgot my roots. I know where I come from, and I know that I am really just a glorified hillbilly. That's all I am. But yeah, just because you get rid of the accent don't mean you're not that. But I'm street smart, and I've learned. I know how to survive in the streets too. Takes all kinds. There's a spirit, mind, body connection that you have to achieve. Everybody needs to do that, and you need to learn how to survive in all environments. That doesn't mean that you have to change who you are and pretend to be something that you're not around people just because you're around different people. But you need to be able to know how to talk about different subjects. It really will help you to be able to talk to people and know people and understand, most importantly, the human condition and understand, hey, Stefan, what's going on? And understand like what other cultures are like and, what they do and, what their day-to-day consists of because it can help endear you to people and make friends. You can make friends and good way to meet people and get stories. I got 4 of them today just being at the mall. So I can attest that it does work. It really does. Just don't be a phony. That's all. Nathan Bird, $20 donation says, hey, Josh, are we going to get the story from Carlos still? Absolutely. Just remind me. And the ghost ship story too. And the woman from the coven would love to hear their accounts. They could be important for people to hear. Yes. Actually, her name is actually Tracy. And what happened was, sorry, not Tracy, Stacy. And what happened was she came forward through Carlos and gave me more information about this. The only thing is, I don't know if I want to know too much more about this crap because the more I know, probably the worse it can be for me. But what does it matter at this point? I'm getting attacked anyway. Might as well go for broke, right? Somebody asked me that too. They messaged me, and I wanted to answer this person, and I'm going to answer to the best of my ability. But Walker, that's what you go by. I'm going to answer your question right here on the air. Before I do, I want to give a shout out to a couple people who were very nice today at Lids and helped me find a hat. And the hat that I got is really cool. And I'm going to wear it in a couple days whenever I come back on the show next weekend. It's really cool. They made it for me and they gave me half off. And they're really nice people there. JC, I want to give you a shout out. And Ishmael, you guys were great. And your big boss, I can't remember his name now. Big boy, big guy, always really nice, always cool, man. Every time I go into Lids, he always hooks me up. But and I'm sorry, I can't remember his name now. Like I know exactly what he looks like, but I haven't slept but 20 seconds, and it's 8:13 in the morning. But I'm going to tell you this: like whenever you go out in public and you go to meet people or be around people, you should always remember to try to look at things from their perspective. Now, you may not agree with these people. You may not have what you may feel like you don't have common ground with them. But believe me, you probably have more common ground than you believe, because so many people make the mistake of thinking that they're a unique snowflake individual and everybody is a unique little snowflake. But nothing could be further from the truth. We are all connected. Really and truly, we are all one. And if you want to get that connection with people, there's ways to do it. Today, somebody brought something out there at the mall that I had been looking for. And it was something very unique. And I thought, there's no way in hell I'm ever going to find this. And I was just standing there looking at some of the items in one of the stores. And I was just browsing. And this lady comes up and she's like, can I help you, sir? I said, nah, you don't have what I'm looking for. And this guy, the owner of the store I just met today, comes clear across that jewelry store. And he shows me something that I had just been talking about the day before. And what it was a ring with turquoise in it. And I saw that ring and I thought, that is absolutely beautiful. And as luck would have it, gold has shot up like, pew. So some of my gold bullion is it's obviously worth a lot more than it was. And I sold a little bit of it just before the deadline. I say it went back down. Now, if you're going to ask me the question, do I think it's going to go back up? Yes, I do. Will it hit 2,500 an ounce? I think so. Will it happen right this minute, right now? Probably not. But as we get closer and closer to the election, I do believe it could possibly go up to 25, 26. I heard some people saying 27. I don't know if I believe that or not. But if you do have gold and you've invested well, I would recommend maybe selling at 25, 26, but not all of it. Just sell a little chunk of it, put some money in your pocket, maybe get yourself something nice like I did. That's how you can do it. I mean, that's the way to do it. I am in no way rich, okay? And so we were thinking if we decide to do this, we got one of the cameras we need. We're just going to have to sell a little bit more possibly to get what we need. And that's perfectly okay. I know we've lost money by not being on the show in the last few days or whatever, but that's fine. We'll make it back. You guys always hook us up. You always give us good views. Some of you guys donate. We appreciate that. You help us out, whatever. But it was weird. It was like I asked the universe for something, and it happened. It materialized. And and it happened twice yesterday. Something that I was looking for just fell in my lap. And I'll show you one of them right now. Let me get this. I'll show you. Hold on. This is it right here. Check it out. My friends at Lids made that for me. Isn't that cool? It's a really cool hat. You can get a good look at it. So let's see how it fits. I tried it on at the place, but I haven't. I don't like the stickers on there. Some people think it looks cool or something. I don't really like that. It's not really how I was raised. Let's see how it fits. Well, I already know it fits, but let's see how it looks. What do you think? It's a werewolf. It's some kind of werewolf, some kind of creature, whatever. But I think it's cool. And so thank you to the guys at Lids for making this for me. It only took them like 15 minutes. They did a really good job. They always hook me up, like I said. And I got a half price deal on it. And it was like two things. Today I just was like not even there for anything. I wasn't there to buy anything at all. I was just there to take that necklace back. And my wife wanted a pair of pants. And we ended up just walking around the mall. I sat there talking to my friend for a while Anthony and Nellie were doing some shopping. Anthony found a nice dress shirt or something. I don't know. And while I was waiting, shout out to another guy named Max. Now, Max is one of my jewelers, but there's another guy named Max who I talked about a little bit about the Menehune because he's from Hawaii. So shout out to you. It was interesting talking to you. I hope you're going to check out our show. And to all the people that I talked to today about the show, the security guys, and pretty much everybody there, it was fun and it was relaxing, and I didn't have to rush home to try to be on the show and do what I had to do. It was just relaxing. I had a good day, and I needed it. I needed a break from all the crap. Betsy Barnacle has something to say here. Says, I had an emergency and needed a specialty costume item for a music gig. A local shop actually had it. And the owner said to me, 75% off. Bizarre. No, it's not. It's like, it's crazy because like if you ask for something and you deserve it, or you're worthy enough to accept it. Now, I'm not talking about the secret. Let's all just want a bunch of stuff and then let's see if we can get it. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like, you put the energy out there, you can get it, man. And I'm going to do my damnedest at this point, going forward to try to not have to talk about this stuff on the show, about the negativity these people are putting us through. People obviously don't care. They don't really want to hear it, but the only reason we had to talk about it at all or tell you is because you need to know why we can't do what we want to do and why we have to, whatever, is because we're constantly being attacked. And I really think it's because we're over the target. And I think a lot of these people, they don't even know why they do what they do. They can't even tell you. You know, you offer them a path to peace, and they're just like, nah, we want to, well, so be it. Don't be peaceful. Just go around being an angry piece of crap, and let's see how far that gets you in life. It's not gonna get you very far. Daisy Sanders says, is he going on a new schedule? No. This is just an impromptu. If anybody has anything they want to talk about, any kind of stories or anything, just put it in capital letters. Tell me what you want to hear. And I got a lot of different encounters. Abominations. Well, there's a lot of those. I'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere, and we'll get into another story before I jump off here. Let me know if there's anything you want to talk about. Decided to get a drink. Re-drink the other one. So, what do we got here? Turquoise is a slippery slope. What do you mean by that, Anthony Cepeda? Werewolves and vampires. I've heard about the Hellier series. I did a little corresponding with them at one point, but it didn't really go anywhere, and I didn't really push it. This is going to sound crazy. Well, probably not, but I think I've probably corresponded with everybody in this field at some point. And I'm talking Bigfoot, Dogman, UFOs, ghosts. I've probably talked to or corresponded with every single person. I've even corresponded with a few like actors, like big name people. Like you'd be surprised, and I'm shocked when they message me back. And I think I got a few of them actually watching my show, which is cool. But then they probably see all this drama and crap, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's got all kinds of crap going on," because Well, that's the goal of the dickheads that, so they can make it look like we're drama. I was going to say drama ranching, drama farming, or whatever. So we can use, because we don't get views from that. We don't. It hurts us. We actually get views because we do real work. So yeah, but it doesn't matter. It seems like it doesn't really matter. Like when I ask somebody to come on the show, 99% of the time they're just like, when? They're not like, well, let me see what my schedule looks like. Because if they do that, then I'm like, well, I don't really care, because I don't, you don't have to come on the show to make my show what it is. Not arrogant, just the truth. Robert says, true paratroopers are here for the right reasons, Wolf. Tell us what you're in the mood to brother. And Shade Viking says, Hernandez Ranch update. Actually, yes. Yes, that is actually a good thing. Yes, I'm actually stoked about that. Last Sunday, oh no, was it Sunday? I think it was Sunday. I think it was Saturday. No, it was last Saturday. I actually, okay, this is gonna sound weird, but a guy we know as Shane, okay, actually his brother got out of jail because he was in jail, not for anything like, but well, you shouldn't drink and drive, but he was on his second DWI. Here in Texas, they take it very seriously, which they should everywhere, but really serious here in Texas. So he got in trouble, and so he was in jail for like several months. Unfortunately for him, he went to jail, and he was only supposed to do like, I think, 6 months or something, but he got into a fight and he ended up with like caught a case on the inside, as they say. And he ended up being vindicated, because one of the people that they admitted that they'd set him up to try to, make him whatever, get in trouble. And so he only got a minor probation for that. So, yeah. So anyway, I don't know how the whole thing went down, but Shane got in touch with me and asked me. He says, "Would you like to talk to my brother about his encounters?" Now, his brother actually wants to come on the show and talk about it, which would be a first for the people from the Hernandez Ranch. But the people from the Hernandez Ranch, in particular Noah, is not really in the mood to have this guy talking about his experiences because he doesn't want people coming around his property. I can understand that, because at this point now, there have been 4 different incursions onto their property because people have managed to. And I don't know how much this people from that other show had to do with this. They still haven't given me a straight answer about it. But they have actually gone to their property and just, gallivanting around it. And that's not cool. So, yeah, but he has a story to tell, and I'm going to talk to him about it. Shortly before he got arrested, he shot one of these things. So, crazy story. But at this point, I still have not talked to him about it. I've talked to him before, but not about that. JFA says, remember you were going to try and interview that vampire hunter with Kirk last Halloween? Any chance of getting you two on the show? Yeah, I could get in touch with Kirk and probably get him on the show. Sounded like it was a very interesting show. Yeah, it would have been. It would have been. Right now, though, I'm working on trying to get Seth Breelove. I'm not working on it, but I need to work him in so I can get him on the show to talk with Eric Palacios and Chris Garitano. If Tony is not so busy, Merkel, maybe we could get him on too. But if you get 4 people, which I would love to have them on the round table, you would need at least a couple of hours to get everybody to say what they have to say. So it might be better to interview them at 2 at a time. But how we divide it up would be the key. Getting the right 2 people on at the time. And I talked to Garitano and Palacios. They're down to do it. Breed love, whatever. I just need to find out what Merkel's schedule is and see if I can get him to come on. Maybe you guys can help us do that. Put pressure on them and tell them, look, you will do this. You will like it. I'm just kidding. That sounded weird. It's crazy because I was like really sleepy, but I knew if I went to sleep, I would just would not feel good. We were going to go to an anime convention today down the Riverwalk in San Antonio, but one of our guards is a very irresponsible dude and decided to go to a concert in another city and couldn't get a ride back so that Stefan he just walked in, him and Tony both, and so they can get some sleep. So we won't be able to go. It was going to be fun, but I mean, I'm not like a huge anime fan, but those two are. I really wanted to take them, but they ended up having to work instead of being off because people are irresponsible, and people always want to be off on Saturdays and Sundays and Fridays. And then I had somebody call off this morning, magically because last night was Saturday, and who knows what they did. This seems like it never fails. Yes, Maddie, it is. I know you guys enjoyed it. We went to the Mercado, did a lot of other things. Went to Tower of the Americas, and it's great. But I only took you there so I could use it as a tax write-off because that's the kind of guy I am. If you'll excuse me to eat my breakfast. This is green too. What's going on with this green? Green Day. Banana caramel. It's got chocolate on the outside. It's actually quite good. I mean, it doesn't taste like a candy bar, but it is good. Yeah, Charles, believe me, I know. And what sucks is like one of my supervisors, I let him off this weekend, go out of town. And all of a sudden, everybody starts doing whatever the hell they want. And now, my business partner, he's older, right? He's been ill. Please pray for him. Pray for him, Marty. He's a good guy, like my dad. Now I'm the one having to deal with it. It's like, oh, anybody calls off or does something, you got to deal with it. How about a creepy paranormal prison story? I actually just got one the other day, but I haven't fleshed it out yet. Somebody give me a topic. It sure is. Hard to find good help. And paying people, like overpaying people to sit on their butt and they still don't want to do it. Thank you for that, werewolf. Yeah, exactly. Carrie Biggs, creepy in Lubbock, Texas. One of my best friends here in Austin is my friend that owns Spinners. His name is R. Ashbury. He's a really cool dude. He's half Persian, he's a really cool dude, man. And he had a dogman encounter when he was a kid in Lubbock, Texas. If you haven't heard it being told on the show, I wrote about it in the book, Werewolves and the Dogman Phenomena. Check it out. And I want to say this again to everybody out there. I talked to Barton last night. I talked to him pretty much every day, but I said this before. I'll say it again. Him and Kim are like two of my best friends, really, not just in this field, but in the world. And if you mess with them, I'm going to be very upset. Like Barton said, what happens between me and him is between me and him. It doesn't involve everybody else. He made a post. He said, hey, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have been, I should have been more specific, whatever. I can be upset with him. He can be upset with me. But we don't need people jumping in and telling things, mean things to him, mean things to me. Because you don't understand how close we are. And these people that thought they were going to drive a wedge between us, not going to happen. And if you think you're going to drive a wedge between me and Bettina, that ain't going to happen either. We all roll together. BMR, Hex, Blondes and Booze. You ain't going to come between. You ain't going to. When they try to cause problems to me and Matt, it's not going to happen, dude. There's some people, wishy-washy, whatever. They're not those people. You're not going to do that. So, might as well give that up. They can go and declare victory and claim that they're doing something every time they talk to somebody. Yeah, well, I was talking to Barton, and Barton agrees with me. Barton said, yeah, let Barton speak for Barton. Yeah, I was talking to Matt, and who said, I was talking to Bettina. Yeah, you talk to them. You talk to them. Doesn't mean that they're agreeing with you. You talk to me too. Doesn't mean I was agreeing with you. And in fact, doesn't mean I like you, because I don't. What's up, my man, Bernard? Mimi, good morning. Jojo. I'm waiting to see if anybody throws me a really good topic, because I do have a really good story. Oh, my good friend Aaron Deese wrote another book about Dogman. Can't remember the name of it. I'm looking forward to it. I want to read that. I love all the work that's being done about this. Incredible. He does a lot of work about Texas. And when me and him were writing our books simultaneously, we would talk. And we never even stepped on each other's toes. We were interviewing people like literally a mile apart from each other, which was crazy because there's so much of it. I mean, there's so much of it that you don't have to poach witnesses from each other. It doesn't have to happen. The crazy thing is, man, there's so many people that have seen these things, especially in this area, that 5-second rule, I guess, right? It's like you don't have to step on each other's toes. You could go outside and throw a rock and hit someone, and make them go to the hospital. I'm kidding. You could do that too. Probably go to jail. No, I mean, you could go outside and throw a rock and hit somebody who's seen a dog man around here. I'm not joking. Very, very prevalent. Just go to the bank, and I've been at the hospital, at the emergency room, and a nurse there. Yeah, I saw one of these things. Bank teller, lady that worked at the HEB grocery store. They have like a service desk. Got a story from her. It wasn't her story, but her sister and her husband. Abandoned towns. Maddie, what are you talking about? Connie, okay, yeah, she says, has your creepy cursed object showed up again around that? We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it. I don't know where that's at. That key, it's gone. Like, I was talking to Gaetano about it the other night. He's a really good friend too. Gaetano called me up and just, to check on me or whatever. And we were talking about that dang key, and I don't know what to say. It's weird. It's just gone. Suffice it to say, it'll show up somewhere where it's never been before. It's so weird that thing just disappears and comes back. Garrett Bramson says CERN recently admitted to basically summoning an entity from the fourth dimension. I'm going to tell you something. We're waiting to get a little more traction. Y'all need to go to Rumble. Please go to Rumble. like and subscribe and go and join Rumble, because Rumble has a lot of interesting things on there. And once we get enough people and we're confident enough, we can fill up a chat, at least 300 or 400 people. I'm going to do some stuff, and we can have multiple channels under one account. So I can actually talk. I'll always do paranormal. I've made up my mind about that. But I could do a show that's more history based, and then I could do a show that's more geopolitical, because I can talk about all of those subjects. I can do a show on economics, and I can teach you some things. There's not a subject I don't know. I'm not, and I'm not, one of my detractors recently said, yeah, this guy just reads Google stories on Google and then starts talking about it. And I'm like, what in the hell are you talking about, dude? Like, read books, okay? They teach you things. I don't know if you understand that. Anyway, and I can give you some suggestions on different books and things like that too. And then Bernard's over here backing up the silliness that Maddie said. Come on, Bernard, don't feed into this ridiculousness. That's a great topic. We had a town in Missouri, the entire city was contaminated with dioxin. No, I'm joking, folks. No, it is a creepy thing. There's a ghost town in between here and Maynard. And what's really crazy is if you go there at night, people claim that they hear like screaming and like what sounds like Native Americans like hooping and hollering, and there's all kinds of stuff, that stories that they've told us about that place. Audacious Amber, that's actually pretty interesting. What is Rumble? It's another platform. Just look it up on your browser, on your computer. I'm sure there's an app for it too on your phone. I don't know. Once my donation level hits like 200 or 300, I'll just start talking again. I'm just going to sit here until people start paying me. So instead of people saying that I'm begging for money, I'm now demanding it. I am making demands. You pay me, right? There was a lady in Mexico that was like that. She told my friend that. Like literally, he tried to help her because she was like falling down in the middle of the road. Well, she fell down in the middle of the road, and he went to this is a true story. It was in Nuevo Laredo years ago, back when you could go there before you get your head chopped off. And so he goes to help her up off the ground, and she goes, "Nah, no. You touch me, you pay me." We were on the other side of the road by the market. We were just laughing so hard, dude. I was like, hey, obviously she's a woman. She's a businesswoman. She had things planned out. She was like, no. You touch me, you pay me. I'm like, oh my gosh. Wow. She wasn't very good looking either. He was just trying to help you, lady. Oh. Exactly, Whitey Ray. Show me the money. You better show me the money. You want me to tell some story? You better show me that money. It'd be crazy if you could like put like hand me dollars through the screen, and I could just wear like a little. Great. Now the internet's starting to do that weird crap. Hostage stories? So it says, hey, I'm from Austin also and know where that ghost town is at. Oh yeah. Yeah. Then you know what I'm talking about then for sure. Thank you for that donation, Audacious Amber. And Jordan Cogber says, you kept talking, though, so I hope this doesn't go to waste. Rumble is good. I checked. Scott Ritter. So here's what I'm going to tell you. So I got a story. I don't know if I should tell it or not. Somebody gave me a story, and this one was really interesting, and it was from Mexico. We were talking about Mexico the other day, but somebody had listened to my story about Durango, and the story was called "The Devil Lives in Durango." And I don't know if you guys remember that story, but it was like a minotaur. There was a few different things going on, I believe, in that episode, and one of them was about a minotaur. But this one, I believe, was definitely a dog man. It's not real long and drawn out or anything, but it was weird and it was creepy. But I got this story from somebody named Miguel, and he said that when he was living in Durango, in the city of Durango, that they heard a splash in the middle of the night. Now get this. This is weird. They didn't think anything of it when they first heard it. They just thought, somebody has jumped into the back of our swimming pool, or maybe it was a dog or a cat or something. And they lived on the edge of town, and there was only one more road on the other side of them. And then at that point, it was just all like open land. And so they had never in their life seen or heard of anything even closely resembling what this creature was. And so his dad goes out into the backyard and immediately goes back in and tells everybody to grab a weapon because they were up late. They were playing dominoes. And he said that my dad goes back inside, and I was a kid. He goes, I was like, 7-year-old kid. They come inside and they're like, hey, there's something in the backyard. And everybody's like, saying, it's a chupacabra and all this other stuff. And they all go outside with baseball bats and knives, and a couple of them had guns, although you're not supposed to have a gun. They were illegal, but some of them did because, whatever. And they had rifles, shotgun. They go back there, and whatever had jumped into the pool was gone. And everybody was just like in shock. Like 1 minute there was something big commotion. His dad comes in saying that there was something big and hairy and bipedal that came crawling up out of the pool or whatever, or was going to the edge of the pool to crawl out. I hadn't crawled out yet. And they go outside, and everybody's just standing there dumbstruck, and there's nothing out there. And then they see something walk behind the privacy fence that's a good head taller than the fence itself. And he said this thing was huge, had a big, giant head, and it was a wolf-headed creature. And of course, the people with guns began to fire at it. And this thing didn't even flinch. The bullets from the guns and the pellets from the shotguns should have been penetrating this thing's head. And guess what? It didn't do squat. It did nothing. The thing just kept walking and just didn't even notice them. And when it got around the corner of the back of the fence, well, guess what? It just dissipated, like faded away into nothing. But this thing had the ability to jump into the pool. They heard it. They heard this noise. The dogs there. They were barking, and the water was moving and everything. And his dad and his dad's best friend went out there and saw nothing. But then when he came back inside, or his dad saw something, but his friend didn't, saw nothing. But his dad saw it, what it looked like. His friend ran back inside to get people to go help to back him up. Because his dad, this guy's dad told his friend, hey, go in there, whatever. By the time everybody got outside, they didn't see anything until they were getting ready to go back in. They see this thing walking around the back of the fence. And so they began to shoot it. And he's like, dude, I was there. It got hit multiple times. Like it was hitting it, and the head would just kind of move, but it wouldn't do anything. And then as it got around the corner toward the back of the fence, it just vanished, just disappeared into thin air. So, and I asked him what color it was, and he said it was gray and brown. But and it was just through email. We didn't correspond or whatever, but pretty freaky. That makes you wonder too. Like, once again, the question remains, what are these things? Are they flesh and blood? Are they metaphysical, or what are they? What are these dogman creatures? Where do they come from, and why do they do what they do? Another story I got. This one came out of Maine, and this was way up in the furthest reaches of Maine, middle of nowhere, USA, and this person works for the Postal Service. Now, it's funny because we had somebody on our show that worked for Nick Willard, who works for the Postal Service in Vermont. Well, this person works for the Postal Service up in Maine. It's even further north, and it's freezing cold all the time, with the exception of 2 days a year. And it's not that bad, but I mean, you know what I mean. I've never been there, but I just have had a lot of friends who've been there and lived there and said it was just freezing cold constantly. And so this person, they literally had moved into a house, a very secluded house, and they were an author. Not the kind of author that writes books like what we write. They ghostwrite for people. Now, if you don't know what that is, it's somebody who writes a book for somebody because that person can't really do it themselves. And so they hire somebody, and sometimes the person just outright writes the book, and sometimes they just transcribe. Is all it is. Hold on one second. Reading some of the comments here. So what ended up happening, he's like, the first night I was there, this guy's name's Keith, but Keith said, he goes, the first night I was there, he's like, it was unbelievable. He's like, I hear this scratching noise on the wall. And I enjoyed going out there. It was just a cabin that he had inherited, but he decided to just live there and stop paying rent. Why not? And so it was already paid for. So he starts living out there, and he decides to take a job in a small town up there delivering the mail. I'm not going to tell you where because you're going to figure out who he is and probably go harass his ass. But anyway, here's the thing. Keith decides that he's ready to just be a confirmed bachelor, just live alone. He goes, every woman I'd been with up to that point had broken my heart, and I was just done. I was absolutely done with society and with life. He'd gone through a nasty divorce, and he was terrible. It felt terrible. And so I actually talked to him about other things too. And the cool thing about Keith is he collects football cards. I collect football and baseball, but he collects football. Anyway, it was fun talking to you about that too, Keith. Hang on to that Walter Payton. It'll be worth a lot of money, man. He's got a graded Jim Mint 10 Walter Payton rookie card. That's a good card. But PSA though, I would get it Beckett graded. That's beside the point. Anyways, the point is we were talking, and he said, dude, this thing, something was scratching on the wall of the master bedroom. He's like, and as I stare at the wall, he goes, and I have my little dog Rex with me. He goes, and Rex is a mighty little dog. He's a little schnauzer, and he's got a lot of spunk, and he gets up and he's just like, rah, 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 spunky little dude. And they are. I know those dogs. They are. They're very little feisty, spunky dogs. They use them to hunt rats and things like that. And so he said that dog was down, he was like barking and this whatever. He goes, I saw nothing. I'm sitting there and it's dark and the curtain is open just a little bit and there's just enough light coming in from outside, from the moon. And he goes, and I could see that there wasn't a full moon or anything like that. He goes, but I could see in the room a little bit and I saw something move. And I thought, oh, whoa, what was that? He's like, and so I backed up. He goes, and I was afraid. He goes, and unfortunately, he goes, I was so tired that I didn't even bother. I had a 12-gauge shotgun, but it wasn't in the room with me. It was in one of the other rooms. And the only thing I had on the bed was a knife. That's it, period. He's like, so what did I do? He's like, I just grabbed the knife and held on to it for dear life. He goes, and I thought, if this thing, whatever that is, comes at me, I'm just going to stab it. So he just sits there and he's like, looks. He's kind of watching the room and he's like, and I don't see anything. Nothing is coming out of this darkness. He goes, Rex is continuing to growl and then he would bark and then he would growl. And so I just started petting him, and I was like, "It's okay, Rex, okay." He's like, so I just laid back and I decided to just lay there. He's like, and there was a TV on the wall. So he goes, so I started kind of fumbling for the remote, and I was going to turn the TV on to shed some light, whatever. So eventually he fumbles around, he finds it. He's like, and for whatever reason, the lamp, the bulb had been burned out, and he just was too lazy to change it. He goes, I found the bulbs, and I didn't even change them. I was tired, you know. And he's like, and I thought about it, I regretted it at that point, you know, just being lazy and going and laying down and going to sleep. He goes, but I was tired. I was exhausted, and I was emotionally drained from a lot of stuff that had been going on in my life. And he said the minute he clicked on the TV, he sees this thing standing there to the right of the television. He's like about 8 foot tall, shadowy, inky black creature. And when it moved, it was like, you could see it was like moving kind of like turkey jerky. And it was just all black. So black that you could like, it would suck up the light. He's like, I'm looking at this thing and I'm like, it's the shadowy outline of a werewolf. So I asked him right there, I said, hold on, now you're telling me it's not a dog man, it's a werewolf. He's like, look, dude, he goes, I found out what a dog man was 2 weeks ago. That's what he told me. This encounter happened in 2017. So he told me, he says, dude, this is crazy. He's like, I'm sitting there and I'm looking at this thing, and it's herky-jerky, weird movements, and it comes toward the edge of the bed. He's like, and then it gets onto the bed. He goes, and I could see like the front, which should have been, you know, legs of this creature, were literally arms. He goes, and it was on the bed. It got onto the bed and began to crawl over the top of me. And he goes, and I could not have been more afraid. He goes, I was terrified. I wanted to scream. He goes, and my dog Rex was snapping at it and trying to bite at it. He's like, in one movement, this thing just moved its hand. And he goes, and I could see that the hand went through my dog. But it was enough of an impact that my dog rolled and like, you know, rolled on the bed and flew and like didn't smack against the wall, but he hit the wall, and then it kind of bounced him back. But he's like I said, he was a spunky little dude, and he jumped back onto the bed and began to snap and growl and bark at this thing. He goes, he was defending me with everything he had in his tiny little beating heart. He was trying to defend me. He was not going to let this thing attack me. And I said, what did you do? He said, I began to scream, Jesus, help me. Jesus, please help me. He's like, and at that, this thing began to crawl backwards. He goes, but I wasn't content to just sit there and let it do whatever it was going to do. Me and Rex were attacking it. I started kicking at it. And get this, when he was kicking at this thing, and then I asked him, I said, you got to tell me, Keith, what did it feel like? He said, dude, he's like, we were talking about this, right, on the show one time, or maybe a couple times. He said it felt weird and spongy. And I said, yep. Exactly. And he goes, why is that? Because I told him I'd heard this before. And he goes, why is that? I said, I don't know. But I remember a woman telling me a story about this spirit that was grabbing her and trying to pull her. And she could feel like an arm when it was grabbing her. This happened to a woman in Missouri. And she said that she reached over, and it was actually St. Louis to be exact. And she said that her grandmother had told her, she was an African-American woman, and she said when her grandmother told her that there was a haint, that it messed with her when they were living in Arkansas. And she says, and she's like, what did you do, Granny? She's like, I bit it. So she says, I reached down and I grabbed the arm and I bit it. So Magdalena, that's her name. That was an incredible story. I'm going to tell that one eventually too. But this thing, she bit down on it, and she said it was like chewing on a Nerf football. I kid you not. There's a recurring theme there with these things. It's crazy. So this creature, he goes, I was kicking it, and it felt like, you know, kicking. And I asked him that. I didn't want to lead him, but I had to know. And I said, did it feel kind of like it was like a Nerf? Like if you were to bite this, like this chewy, you know, whatever. And he said, yeah, it was weird, you know. So he's like, whenever he's kicking this thing, He said it just started to go backwards and backwards and backwards. But what was weird is it was like getting smaller and like it wasn't as wide, and it was shrinking down and going back into what looked like maybe like a portal, but that was shrinking, and eventually it just became the size of a small, like a tennis ball, and then it was the size of like a pinball, and then a marble, and it was gone. And yeah, very weird. But I asked him, I said, did you have any other encounters after that with this thing? Did you see it ever again? And he says, no, because I haven't been back up there. Now I rent it out to people. So I was like, do you feel like you shouldn't, like if there's something there, did you feel like something should have happened? And here's what he told me. And this is very interesting. This is shades of what Nellie and her sister, what happened to them. Very odd, weird thing. He said that the next day when he was digging through some of the stuff, like the next day, he's like, dude, he goes, it was weird. Once daylight came, I wasn't afraid anymore. I was like, I wasn't terrified, but I wasn't going to stay there at night. I was never going to be there at night again. I was terrified of that. He goes, but I wasn't afraid in broad daylight. And then he asked me the $1 million question, do these things, do they come out in the daytime? And I said, yes, they do. Absolutely. People see them all the time in the daylight. So he was like, oh, thinking that it was just some sort of like, nighttime, midnight phenomena. And so whenever this thing did what it did and he fought it off, whatever, he said, I was determined to find some kind of answers. It was my grandfather's cabin and then eventually my dad's, and then my dad passed away and left it to me. He said, so I went in and I was looking around, I was snooping around, and I found one of the closets that was, in the main, the what do you call it? Not the den. There was a name he called it. Anyway, there was a room, not the living room, not the den. There was like a sitting room. And he said, in the sitting room, he goes, there's like a closet door. And so I opened it up and you can walk in there a few feet. It's pretty wide. And he said that he looked around in there and guess what? He found a Ouija board, an old creepy Ouija board. And he said, dude, I took it down. I started looking at it and I thought there is no way that I'm keeping this thing in my friggin' cabin. I'm done with that. So yeah, probably what caused it. Somebody playing with one. I was watching some people the other day. They're ghost hunters and I know who they are. I mean, I know them. And I've known them for a while, and I know people in the ghost communities like I do in all the communities, but I've argued with people in the ghost groups and the ghost communities tooth and nail. They believe that, some of them do anyway, that it's just another way to communicate with the spirit. It's like the spirit box. It's all good. That thing just talks and says, I want to kill you. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds great. Let's just talk to that thing, whatever that is. Anyway, what ends up happening is this person, he tells me this story and he says, dude, he goes, whatever this was, I took the Ouija board out and he's like, and I was driving down the highway and he goes, and I didn't care. I just flung it out the window in the middle of the woods. It was gone. He goes, and I didn't fling the planchette with it. He goes, I waited another 7-8 miles down the road. He said, I threw that out the window. Never saw it again. Nothing weird happened there. I have had no one complain about anything in that place. So he asked me if that's a possibility that that thing could have been summoned by somebody playing with a Ouija board. And I said, yeah, absolutely. So my opinion, not always popular because ghost people want to believe the way they want to believe, just like dogman people. Who knows? Ghost Tube app. I had a friend named Spencer who had one of those ghost apps on his phone. And yeah, I need to get that story from him. I heard it a while back, but I need to get him to reiterate it to me so I can remember it, what all it was and what was said about it. But suffice it to say, it wasn't good. Like he said that the app was showing the ghosts were like red dots on the little app. And it would show how many ghosts were like in the area. And he was just like blown away by the creepiness of it, the creep factor of it. He was like, I don't want to know how many ghosts are in the area. How about that? But like I told him, I was like, well, you should never put that app on your phone. And he's like, yeah, you're probably right. And I said, no, I'm not probably. Man, I wouldn't do it. But the ghost lovers will be like, you're just scared. No, I'm cautious and I have a brain. Garrett Bramson says, my buddy used to try and use it when he would come over, a crock of ish, if you ask me. Well, I didn't ask you, Garrett, but you volunteered. I'll tell you this. I think that sometimes it doesn't do anything. And I think that other times it does. But would you want to take that chance? Hmm? What? This guy says, had some ghosts in an old asylum in the alcoholics ward roll cigarettes to me after I offered them a light. That's crazy. Hmm. Weird, wild stuff. See, like right now, as we speak, and you can't hear this, but the it only does it sometimes. It's like if it did it all the time and it was always like that, it wouldn't really disturb me. But like right now, while we're talking about all this creepy stuff, and this isn't me being like, oh, spooky ghost. No. But the aquarium is making noise. It sounds like somebody talking. And it does it periodically. It's annoying. Yeah, it literally sounds like somebody speaking another language. Any stories from Tennessee? Oh yeah, there's lots of stories from Tennessee. I was getting someone's story the other day. Hmm. This person says, Wolf, you got to come to the Canadian Maritimes sometime. We got Maritimes sometime. We got a ton of paranormal stories and places here. I don't do a lot of ghost hunting because I don't want an attachment. And I mean, and more than likely, it's not going to attach to me because I don't just trust me. But I mean, it could detach or mess with somebody that I care about that I'm close to. And I am going to be doing some outdoors, like going to different locations once we're able to get our equipment and stuff together and get it lined up. We're going to take y'all with us to check out some locations, but I'm not really interested in going into like asylums and schools. And I was offered recently to go into a very haunted school, and I was just like, man, I don't want to go there, man. Garrett, you're right. Everywhere there's mountains, there's caves more often than not. Yup. Jeez. 3 people died in that house in the 5 years that the landlord had owned it. Huh. Oh, well, at least somebody else has had that situation happen. Thank goodness. Wow. This person here says, I had a car come over a hill on my side of the road and it literally passed through our car. I could see the woman in my car as she went through our car. She was messing with the radio and never looked up. Wow. That's weird. That is so weird. Appalachia's full of wild cryptids, full of more than that. There's a lot of weird stuff in that place. I'll be right back. Betsy Barnacle says, I had a red light on my bedroom ceiling at night. Over a few nights, it crept closer to my bed, windows shaded. So it wasn't from outside. I rebuked it, went away. That's weird. Oh, okay. So I got a story from somebody who had sent me one, and this one happened in Oregon, actually in Portland. Well, no, I'm sorry. That what didn't happen in Portland. They lived in Portland. It happened in Eugene. But what was crazy was that there was supposedly a haunted house on the road where they lived. And this comes from a guy named Matthew. And when he was a kid, when he was young, and now he's like 37 years old. So it was like he was 17 when this happened. It was 20 years ago. So what happened was they were walking home. And he was walking with his younger brother, who's 15, and his girlfriend, who was a year older than him. And so they were walking home, and they saw what looked like an orange ball of light come out of what everybody knew was an abandoned house that nobody had lived in. And they thought, oh, there's a lamp on up there. Somebody must be up there, and the electricity's on now. So maybe somebody moved into it, or maybe somebody's squatting. And, well, why would there be a light on? And then that light turned into a ball and was hovering there in the window. And then all three looking up at it, and it comes out of the window. It just lowers itself and then just starts moving toward them. And then they all just took off running. And then it kept pace with them. It began running. And then while they're running, I'm kind of laughing because the story's kind of funny. I mean, I kind of laughed, and he kind of laughed too, nervously. And I wasn't trying to make fun of him, but it was weird because they're like running, and this thing is like right next to them. And they're running, and it's just going in the same direction as them, next to them. And then they look over and they're like, we're running, and this thing is just right there. And then it just took off and outpaced them and went out and ahead of them, and they just kept running. I said, were you running in the right direction? I mean, were you headed towards your home? Were you getting any? And he's like, no, we were actually running in the opposite direction. So, and eventually they stopped, and they were like, just let it go. And they ran back the other way. Weird thing, though, Once they got back to where that house was, they once again saw the orange ball of light up there in the window. But this time it didn't come down. It didn't chase them, and it didn't go out in front of them like it did. It was just, I don't know, I thought that was an interesting, weird story. November B has an interesting one. It says, I saw a ghost car with friends driving me home. There was construction on the bridge by my house. We saw the car come over the bridge and pass us. Thought it was open again, still closed when we got up there. If anybody wants to jump on and you want to tell a ghost story or a dogman story or a Bigfoot story, jump on. Just tell me. But I'll have to send it to you through Messenger more than likely. You might be able to send it through your text if you know me. But can you believe this? I got an email from somebody, and this guy's name is Teddy. I don't know who you are, Teddy, and I don't care, but I thought it was ridiculous. This person goes, you need to make a schedule when you're going to be on, because I don't like this bull crap where you just come on and then we're just obligated to sit there and watch you whatever time you feel like being on. Teddy. Poor Teddy. Let me tell you something. You don't have to come on and be and watch me anytime. You can do whatever you want. You are a free, well, as long as you're not incarcerated, in which case I don't know how you got the internet and the phone, whatever, but you don't have to watch me. You're not obligated to come and you look at me, be on the show, and you can watch it later at your convenience. And so you don't have to come on, right? And then he said, and then you just expect people to donate money. No, I don't. I'm not asking people to donate money. Well, I was joking earlier, but I mean, I'm not asking anybody to do anything. I'm just asking people to keep me company because I'm not sleeping right now. How about that? And I have a bunch of freaking stories that I need to be told. So I'm not asking for anybody to do anything. I'm just sitting here, but it never fails. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. But really and truly, I'm not damned at all. You know, I could give a crap. And like I said before about the situation that's going on, we're not going to get into it. It ain't about me. Y'all MFers ain't hurting my feelings at all. In fact, you can say all the crap you want about me. I just don't like it when you're talking trash about my friends and my family, especially my wife. So I'm going to have a problem with that. That's it. Y'all little hookers know that's that way you can try to get to me, is that you can attack my wife or my family. That's what you're doing, because I have to react, because I'm not going to sit there and let these people be attacked. So that's their little game, right? Who cares? You're not going to win. The day that you can get up at 7, 8 in the morning on a Sunday morning and put 400 people in a chat, you know, then you can say something. Until then, you could just STFU. Any chance of you doing a history show once a month? Sure. That's actually the plan, is to do it like once every couple of weeks on Rumble. And we're just going to talk about different events in history. Like I was thinking about covering the Battle of Zama and explaining to people what that was. Scipio Africanus defeating General Hannibal. People have asked me too about Hannibal. Now, James Bartley had made a statement saying that he liked the fact that Denzel Washington was playing Hannibal. Me personally, I don't. Nothing against Denzel Washington. I think he's a great actor. He seems like a pretty cool actor, actually, considering how many dirtbags there are in Hollywood. Haven't heard anything bad about him, but Hannibal wasn't black. Hannibal was from North Africa. He was a Carthaginian in particular, like a Berber. That would be the ancestors of the Berbers, and they were Moorish people, not black. They would have been more along the lines of, but there weren't Arabs there at that time in that region. They were Berber, so but they would have been like they would have looked more like like Anthony, for lack of a better term. But nothing against anybody's race or anything like that. I just don't like the mix and match stuff. I don't like when they put people like, for example, like, I didn't like the idea of The Last Samurai, Tom Cruise. Okay. And maybe it's because I just don't really like that guy. I don't like his movies. I don't like him. I think he's and when they made him Jack Reacher, dude, oh my gosh, I'm so aggravated. And I don't like when they show movies that are supposedly about ancient ancient Greece or medieval times in Europe, and they have like black people running around in there. It's the same thing. It's just like they'll show like, some inner city movie with like a gang or whatever, and there's like these white people mixed in there, and you're like, dude, what is that? Can't we just be realistic and be real and show what it really is? Like not all gangs are interracial gangs. And in fact, most gangs are not, and if you go to jail, you'll learn real quick that that's not how life works. And even when I was locked up as a young person, you realize real quick how it works. It's just not the way it is. They pretend on these movie producers and these idiots that run these shows, they mix and match people, and it's just not correct. And like I said, I got more black friends and more Hispanic friends and more Asian friends and more white friends pretty much than anybody I know. A very multicultural person, but I don't like the fact that they try to change, the narrative and because it's not pure history, it's not real. And when they do stuff like that, might make some people feel good about themselves, especially Zoomers or whatever, because they want to believe that the world is just that way. But it takes away from the reality of what is real. Just like with Jesus. I don't believe that Jesus looked like me. I think Jesus, there again, he looked more like somebody like Anthony. That's what I believe. When I see Jesus on there and looking all pale and white, I'm like, that's really not accurate. Just like I don't believe that Denzel Washington is Hannibal Barca. I think that's bullcrap. Okay? He was not black. It's just the truth. Morgan says, any Headless Horseman stories out of Sleepy Hollow or Tarrytown, New York? Nope, not that I've ever heard. The only reason I knew Hannibal Barca was white was because I used to play Rise of Civilization's mobile game. The game also had Scipio. It's Scipio Africanus. I had some idiot that argued with me about Scipio Africanus. They're like, he was an African. And I was like, no, he wasn't. And this was in college, right? This is how smart people are. This guy could barely read. I had him in English too, and he was like, the cat did sit on like he was like that. And I was like, this guy, he's like, he was an African. And I was like, Scipio Africanus was called Africanus because he defeated Barca in battle in Africa. So he came back, and when they gave him his, parade and all that, he was called Africanus. It's like they crowned Caesar before he became the emperor. He was crowned the king of the Gauls. Not because he was a Gaul, but because he defeated them. And Vercingetorix was taken prisoner, who was the king of the Gauls at that time. James Bestido says, got a story at this old plantation. I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to crack on you, but he says it was a wedding, had old decapitated building, was 5, was playing with my cousins, and we went to this house, door open, and there was this shadow man there. That's creepy. But it is kind of creepy, though, in a way that you call it decapitated building. The building's head was cut off. But it's funny, though, because, but then what you saw was that would sound horrifying. The door just opened and there's a shadow person there. That would scare the crap out of me, especially as a kid. 5 years old, too. Oh, my gosh. Sir Pete, New York, says, do you have a couple of books that you can recommend in regards to general history and geopolitics? I do, but I probably shouldn't talk about them on YouTube. Maybe I should talk about them on Rumble. I'll give you a little geopolitics right now. A particular country got their consulate blown up in another country by another country. And now our country is telling them not to do anything about it. I'm not going to say anything. I can say some things on Rumble. I'm going to say some things about some other countries that we can't talk about. But I'll tell you the truth about all of it. In particular, a very large communist country that everybody's like, they're going to rule the world, really? Because that particular large communist country, the average citizen that's been proven now is over the age of 38. You're going to have a workforce problem real quick, and all that stuff you're shipping over here is not going to be happening. Watch what happens. You think I'm crazy? Gold, look where it's at. Did I not say it? I called it, right? When we do the show Rumble, we're gonna play a game, okay? And this is not Saw. Let's play a game. No, the game is going to be. Let's see how many things I'm right about that come to pass in the near future. You watch. Then you can say whether or not you think I'm full of crap. Well, Missy, don't get too excited. I just couldn't sleep, and here I am having insomnia, but just retelling stories and people's encounters. Anybody wants to jump on and tell a story, they're welcome to. Yes, Ted. He says, I agree. Screwing with history messes up the young folks. Messes them up more than they already are, and there's not a lot left to mess up. They're already pretty messed up. Yeah, Bernard says, and well, you're African-American because I met you at my conference. He says, I'm not for the new Romeo and Juliet movie either. Juliet was white in my book. I don't understand why they have to change all that, man. There's a rich history of black people, of doing all kinds of things. There's a rich history of Hispanic, Asian, and white. But why does there have to be this disparity? And why does there have to be well, we need to change these people. We need to make this person the such and such, and this person the such and such. And it's just stupid, man. There's no reason for it. They were trying to get people hyped up about Rumble so that you guys will go and listen, and I can play it out there for you. I'll say this too, and there's not a lot I can say on this channel like I can say on Rumble, but let's say some people from one country went to a weapons expo in Canada, of all places, right? And they were able to buy a handheld thing that can stop tanks by knocking their tracks out from under them. And that's all it took. And now they're knocking the tanks out over there that were made by another country for a country that we're giving money to. Let's say that. And I thought, sounds right. Sounds about right. See, here you think everything is so hunky-dory because they throw up all these walls of red tape and all that. But all it takes is one merc going to another merc and making a deal. I can tell you things about countries I've been to. Stuff that I can't talk about on this channel. I'm not going to. Oh, yeah, Audacious Amber. They've been buying up the gold for a couple of years. Look up BRICS. BRICS. Yep. But in case you don't know what BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Now, somebody had asked me this question. They said, I understand Brazil. India. I understand China and Russia because they're very large countries with a large population. But I don't understand South Africa. I'm like, really? South Africa has a very large gold mining operation, and it's been in effect for a long time. Australia does too, but Australia is still, it was, well, I guess not now, but it's still like very loyal to Britain. And Britain is a country that has been wealthy for a long time because it's been propped up by the colonialism and the colonization of multiple other countries. I think it's still kind of disgusting in my book that their crown jewel actually came from India, and they wear it in a crown that doesn't belong to them. So it's pretty, yeah. God of War, Nicolas Cage. I don't think I've seen it. I don't get to watch a lot of TV. Yeah, Kid Flash, you're right. Yeah, Fab Welder, I agree. They keep racism alive by doing what they do, you know. Yeah, Bernard, you're right. Every time they find something over there, they run and they go and they loot it 6 ways from Sunday. Any of those countries have anything, they won't have it for very long. Lord of War. Okay, no, I've never seen it. Okay, so what we're looking at is the petrodollar, which is what we're on. People like to call it a fiat currency, but there's a lot of things going on here. Let's start with this. They say that they're going to devalue the dollar. Then eventually it's going to go away. But they can't do that right now, and it'll be a while because they're consistently creating inflation and trying to run us into the ground by printing large amounts of cash. So while they just keep printing money out of thin air, creating a very bad situation. And as long as they keep printing this money, which is their own personal piggy bank, that's what they need. They need cash to continue to flow. But what will happen, and ironically, the dollar will go bust here in this country before it goes bust in the rest of the world. And then everybody's going to call on those promissory notes to be paid, to be backed by something, whether it's oil or gold or whatever. And most of it's not going to it's not going to happen. They're just going to be like, oh, well, we're not making good on that. That dollar's worth nothing. Go wallpaper your house with it. Because cash is going to become a thing of the past. Not now, though. It's going to take a little while. And I'll tell you this, the population of India is going to surpass China sooner than later. They said 10, 12 years. I'm thinking 8. The workforce in China is going to go belly up. Everybody's older, okay? And the problem, too, with that is that they're lying about it. But when you look at what's happening, all the exporting that they do, the workforce is going to be too old to be able to deal with it and handle it. So what they're facing is hyper deflation, whereas we're facing inflation. Josh Castro says, keep it going. F the BS a-holes. Love you guys. Yeah, BMR's in the house. It's all right, James. James says, yeah, the paranormal follows me. You got a lot of stories, Josh. I said decapitated. I meant like rundown. I can tell more about my experiences if you want. Sure, whenever you want. I'm just going to say this. I just don't like that this guy talks about other books of the Bible instead of the real Bible, the Bible. You need to talk about the Bible. And you need to be talking about the baby Jesus. I like that Jesus the best. That's the Jesus I like. Yeah, Bernard's right. Well, we'll have credits given to us. Your points, basically. Yeah. Lovely. Just lovely. John Schmidt. Yep. Yeah, Bernard, herd everybody into cities. That's right. I just don't get it twisted, folks, and think that I'm some city person because a big chunk of my life has lived in the country. And even now, I go out to the country, to the farm where I spent a lot of time when I was a kid, owned by my uncle now. But yeah, I even keep some vehicles out there. $15-minute cities. Yeah, ridiculous. And now I got a million people I need to bring on the show and tell their stories too. I had a guy that claimed to shoot a chupacabra and wants to come on the show. Need to get him on. Let him tell it. Let him talk about it. So it's almost on the 3-hour mark. Folks, I got to run. It's been nice. I'm going to get out of here in a few minutes here. I'm just reading some comments. Thanks to everybody who donated. Appreciate that. It's nice of you. When we come and share our time and give you information, it's always nice to people to show that they care and help out. Donations are appreciated, but they're not expected. And it's okay if you do. It's okay if you don't. I appreciate it though. But what you can do is just like and subscribe. Hit that like button. It really helps. Like I said, I won't be on tonight. More than likely, I'm not going to be on. But I just felt like doing something and going on. I was the only one awake, so I was like, you know what? Why not? I got to admit, though, it was nice not having a set schedule to be on. And I might not have one for a little while because I just enjoy the freedom of not having to be tethered to this, especially when so many people, I'm having to fight with so many of these crazy people. Thank you for that donation. Appreciate it, man. Make an international union of paranormal research organizations. I wish. Yeah, exactly. Let me let Teddy know because he's not happy. And another one was like, I hate this damn live stream. He was saying in the comment section of one of the videos, it's still there, I think. I leave them up. I don't even care. I don't care what they say. This guy's talking about, you have very thin skin for somebody who's like, I'm like, really, dude? Because I don't even remove people's comments, dude. I'll read your nasty, snarky comment and not give a crap. And I'll leave it up there. I don't give a damn. I don't even take them down. If it's directed at me and just at me, I don't really care. But there's other people in our group that'll go and remove your comment. I don't do it. I just leave them up because I think that's what's real. Leave it up. People want to trash and talk trash and troll. What'll happen too, because in our community, people figure it out real quick. They'll look at your comment and they'll realize that you're a troll, and that's what you do. And then people will see your handle and they'll know that you're a troll. And when you go into other people's groups, you'll start getting blocked. So what happens? I don't care. Only hurting yourself. Hey, Jitesh, how you doing? Thank you, Maddie, for that donation. And I really wish people would not blame Maddie. There's two things going on here that are really aggravating me. One is that Bettina is being constantly hounded and messed with by these people. And I wish y'all would just leave her out of it. Leave her alone. She doesn't want to deal with you. And you're not going to get her to turn on me. And the other one is Maddie. Leave her alone. Stop messing with her. Just let her live her life. And Barton and Letitia. In fact, everybody you're aggravating just wants to be left the hell alone, including me. But like I said, if it was just me and you weren't involving all these other people and hurting my family and friends, I'd say bring it on, dude. Let's fight all day long. I'm built for this shit. I'll fight you until the ends of the earth. I'll fight you until Judgment Day. Probably get in trouble because I'm not supposed to do that because Christ, my Lord and Savior, doesn't want me getting mad and cussing and fighting with people. But I'm not going to back down from you. I don't really care. Jitesh, thank you for that donation. I appreciate it. I really do. It says here, Satyam JHA says, do you know what Harvard professor said? He said extra-dimensional alien can cause paranormal activity through extra-dimensional pathways. That, I believe, is true. I could talk about that all day. I could tell you what I know, what I've had people tell me about near-death experiences, sleep paralysis, things that they've encountered. I even got a story not too long ago. Somebody gave me a story, and this happened in Utah. They were in Utah, and they were camping out. Not camping out, they were in a cabin, but they were, I guess that's camping out. But they were glamping, I guess. But they woke up to a being next to them vibrating on the bed, by the left side of the bed. And it was a Bigfoot. It was a Sasquatch, like literally an 8-foot tall, hairy Sasquatch, large, huge, wide shoulders. Well, they said 8 to 9 foot tall. I just said 8. I should have told it correctly. But anyways, 8 to 9 foot tall Sasquatch type being. And it was during sleep paralysis, and they could only open their eyes and move their eyes around. And they couldn't move their body at all. And that must have been a horrific experience. I know it would scare the crap out of me. But, that thing come in my house, I kill it. Yeah, John, you're right. There will always be snarky, glass half empty, negative Nancy's who get off on being contrarians. Who cares? They're always going to be there being silly. That's what they do. Josh Castro says, best ever is... What does that mean? Best ever is? A lot of my colleagues and peers tell me that I'm the GOAT. And I always tell them, I was like, not the GOAT. I've been doing this, my own show for 5 years. Once I've been around for 20 years, you can start saying things like that. It's consistency, man. And right now, we're not very consistent because I know that it's other people that are causing it, but still, they're keeping you from doing and being the best you can be. And I did take that to heart. But, when people attack your family and your friends or whatever, you got to defend them. And there are people who, they're giving these people a lot of leeway and they're still doing it. They're like, just please quit. And they just refuse to do that. They'll always be like that, man. People, they got a problem, dude. Like, they have serious problems, serious issues, dude. And I don't even think their issue is me. I think their issue is them. It's themselves. They feel the way they do. They feel some type of way, as Bettina said, and let them feel that way. But thank you for spending this 5th year anniversary with me. This is literally my mother's birthday was yesterday, and I was kind of bummed out. I kept thinking about her all day, and I just kept thinking about my mom, thinking about her, missing her. We had a rocky relationship when I was younger, but after she died and came back, because she near-death experience, I just felt like I didn't get enough time with her. We spent 6 years of our lives angry at one another, not talking. And my sister, one, not Anthony's mom, but the other one, she facilitated it. I went to her and I tried to get her to mediate and say, hey, you think mom would talk to me? Oh, no, she doesn't want to talk to you. She lied. She flat out lied. Kept us apart. And then when my mother died, she ran off with the bulk of the life insurance. But you needed it more than me, right? After that, you were on vacation in Cancun. That's what you needed, right? And an RV. And you went and got a nice new vehicle. Good for you. Because you've never been able to make money and do anything because you're not smart. So, congratulations to you. She's just waiting around for my dad to pass away so she can try to swoop in and take whatever he's got. I know I'm not getting anything. My dad hates my guts, and there's no love lost between me and him. But I love everybody in his family, and I love everybody in my mom's family. I just, my dad, my stepmom, not nice people. I'm not gonna say they're evil, but they're just not nice to me. They love each other. They're nice to each other. But if something happens to one or the other, that other person is going to be lost, man. Oh, I can tell you that. But even then, and you got my word on this, even then, after everything they've done and everything that they've done and how they've acted and how they've treated me, if they came to me and asked me for help, I'd still give it to them. And not just because Jesus commands us to do that and do what's right, but because I actually care. When Mike came to us and he had issues because he was scared of the people he was dealing with, I don't like him. The guy from Oklahoma, I'll be real honest. I don't hate him. I'm not hating the guy. He's not my best friend, but I listened to him. I felt bad for him, even though all the things he had done. I'm willing to make peace with anybody, man. But there's never, ever going to come a day where I'm going to take your crap. That's all there is to it. I don't want to be the Lord and Master or dictator of anything, but you're not going to be my Lord and Master and dictator either. There's only one Master, and that's God. You're not it. JK says, happy anniversary. I've been from the beginning. Love you and your show. Thank you, man. Because I have a very painful relationship still with my family. They're making my life miserable. They do that. They do that. I'll tell you a little quick history lesson here. For 800 years, Islam had control of Spain, the Iberian Peninsula, which was literally the Romans' first holding in Western Europe. They were some of the strongest, most hardiest people ever. And after years, after centuries of fighting, they finally threw off the yoke of Islam and became their own independent power country. Thank you, Mimi, in memory of your mom. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's sweet of you. And also, PRT's anniversary was on my mother's birthday. So and this kind of fell like that, man. We didn't plan it. Me and Armando, God rest his soul too, rest in peace to him. We did it together, and it was, we came up with the idea, whatever, and he was kind of along for the ride, but he also, he was an integral part of the show at the very beginning. And we didn't do it. We didn't plan it that way. It just happened. And my mom always kind of got a kick out of that. But so what ended up happening by the time that they were ready to set sail and go to the New World, well, the Spaniards were Europe's perfect killing machine. And in fact, 80,000 Incan warriors, this is a true story, faced off against 168 conquistadors, and those conquistadors beat them. And don't let them fool you into this political correctness and pretending like there was all this other magical stuff, or that the Incans were sick because of the diseases and all that. That is actually not true. Atahualpa, who was their king, he was so infuriated and incensed by their defeat. He was like, there were so many of us and so few of them, and you couldn't get it done. But, in their defense, the Spaniards were pretty badass. If you want to know who and how they fought and who they were and what they did and what they could accomplish, read about the Siege of Vienna. The crescent, literally is based on the crescent moon that's used in Islam as the symbol of Islam, but also on the flag of Turkey, which at that time was the Ottoman Empire. And in commemoration of it, a French baker actually made these croissants. And since then, since the Siege of Vienna, we've eaten those croissants and never really knew what they were or why. Two people, one now considered to be the most neutral country in the world, Switzerland, the Swiss pikemen, they were instrumental along with the Spanish cavalry in defeating and driving out Islam from Europe and saving Islam. Another person that helped do a lot of damage and stop them from overrunning Europe was Vlad Tepes, also known as Dracula, also known as the Impaler. He was from a region of Romania called Wallachia, and all it was literally not even a real country. All it was a buffer zone, no man's land. It was used to stop the incursions of the Turks. So you have those people, the bad men of Europe, whatever, to think that we still have Christianity. No offense to Islam, but I'm a Christian. And I believe the way I believe, you believe the way you believe. That doesn't mean we have to kill each other. John Schmidt says Switzerland is the homeland of the Knights Templar. Yes and no. Eberron, everybody, it's weird. Yeah, I mean, he's like, I've always had weird experiences, felt weird about it when I was younger. When you're younger, it's like, because you feel like you're not correct, because it's like you're not supposed to be having these things happen. And then people think, and they tell you things like, ghosts aren't real. You know what is real, though? Voodoo. You know what that is, right? Anchorman. Switzerland was founded by them. Yeah, you could say that, but it was even before that. I mean, Antipas was killed there, and of course it talks about him being killed in the seat of Satan, which is Geneva, which is where the Collider is. That's where CERN is. Yeah, I heard about that, Scotty. It's crazy. The things we could talk about. Yeah, you're right, Morgan. She says, I know people from Romania and over there, they actually love Dracula because he's a hero and fought for his people with the people. They don't fear him like the rest of the world. No. One man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. Friday the 13th is where the Knights Templar. It comes from the Knights Templar. I don't know how many people know that. Brett says, I knew you wouldn't stay away, my man. Happy anniversary to you all. Good for you, Josh. No, I'm still not doing the show this weekend. I'm not going to do the nighttime show. I did this one, honestly, just because I was bored. Well, I don't get bored. I really don't. I have a lot of things to do, a lot of things that can entertain me. But I had a weird dream, and I remembered my uncle's story. And I've been trying to remember it for weeks. And it was just, I was reading somebody's email, and I ended up waking up to this weird dream. It was like maybe 20, 30 seconds, maybe 20 seconds. And then I woke up remembering it. I had a lot to do. I was doing a lot of crap today. And it just happened to fall on, hey, let me just do a show, Jitesh says there was a story about a Tibetan monk with a group of others who went to some copper mines in South Africa and disappeared in them. It was known for obtaining encounters within and even flying ones. Jitesh, you know how many times that's played out? Superstition Mountains, and that's another one where that supposedly has happened. Anybody got any questions or anything you want to say? Put it in all caps before I bell. I can take some questions. JFA says, we want another hour, please. Well, I charge by the hour, and I'm demanding 200. I'm a kind of a big deal. They call me the Panther. Works 60% of the time, every time. Rita Burnett. I was kidding, Rita. I'm just joking. Thank you for that donation, though. Seriously. What does the PRT future look like? Who knows, man? Who knows? I'm going to be around. I mean, the UFO guys kind of talked me into it. They were like, look, this is literally what they said. They were like, if you quit, that's fine. But I'm just saying, another year after everybody's kind of forgotten about you, they're going to kill you. I mean, that's kind of what I gathered from that. And I'm not talking about the terrible trio. I'm not talking about them goofballs. I'm talking about the powers that be, or who could be pulling the strings in all this crap. This constant merry-go-round, what do you call it, a Ferris wheel of douchebags. We want more vampire encounters. Well, send them to me. Any tidbits about reptilians? Oh, gosh, yes. I get these weird emails. I thought about this. And I'm thinking about I'm going to start posting these emails so you can see them. Because it seemed to work when this one guy came out of the woodwork and started talking a bunch of trash. I threatened to expose him. I said, I know everything about you. You keep messing with him, I'm going to expose you. And then next thing you know, we have peace. So I don't know. It could be that I just need to start exposing these people, everything they do. We already put everything they do on PRT News. But these emails, people threatening me, basically saying that they're going to do this, going to do that, and trying to hide. I'm just going to start exposing your emails, and somebody knows you. Somebody will figure it out. Believe me. Because unlike a lot of these people, I have real listeners, real people. I'm not sitting here. Can you imagine having fake subs? Can you imagine that? What would that be like? I don't know. Having fake AI-generated bullcrap stories, made-up stories, whatever, having fake subs, fake views, fake likes, and fake comments. Can you imagine that? You would literally just be sitting there talking to yourself. Do you know how absolute damn crazy you have to be to do that? Like, who the does that? That is retarded, dude. Sorry that I said retarded. It probably won't demonetize me for that. But the truth is the truth. Okay. And I don't mean retarded as like people have mental handicap. I'm talking about mentally ill, psychopath, evil people that do that. They literally do that. Why would you do that? Why would you have the fake? I mean, and you're sitting there talking to yourself. I've even seen these people with their mental illness, like talking to themselves with a fake account. And I know that's a fake account. I know it's them. And they're talking back and forth, like having a conversation with themselves. What kind of crazy damn bullcrap is it? Like, what is wrong with you that you would do that? That has got to be like a diagnosable mental illness. And then they want to sit there and talk about other people. I'm like, really? Because you're a lunatic. And everybody keeps saying I'm going to quit. We're not quitting. I said that yesterday. Lead Tracker E. We said that yesterday. We're not quitting. I just wanted to take this week and not do anything. But, you know, I just, like I said, I wanted to do something. I didn't feel like just. Well, let's answer some questions here. When are you starting on Rumble? We're already on there. Will you make a Discord server for PRT? No. Tell them thanks, the UFO guys, for the win. Y'all know who they are, probably. Paranormal Roundtable. What all do you think we lost when the Romans sacked the libraries of Alexandria? Oh my gosh. Well, first and foremost, everything from the Dwarpa Yuga for sure was just gone. I talked to a woman today who's a Hindu. We had a long talk about she works at the mall, and we were talking about the just her religion. You know, her husband is actually a Sikh, and that was interesting. That's cool. They have a really interesting culture. I mean, I'm not a Sikh and I'm not a Hindu, but it's just interesting to learn about other people's beliefs. People are always surprised that I know so much about their religion too. Morgan, I think they're trying to make it become Revelations. A lot of modern banking is based off of Templar practices. No. Actually, I would say that that the Templar practices were based on the money changers of the temples of Israel. And then, you know, and of course they got it from the markets of Samaria. It just goes on and on and on. I mean, you know, it's been around forever. So no, not really. Modern banking practices really was a Rothschild creation. Corey or Stephen Grid, you watch anything from Caroline, Corey, or no? Why do they stalk you, Josh? I don't know. Maybe they're attracted to me. I think I'm quite handsome. I'm like, hey, what's up? Because, you know, apparently I'm hanging out at this Iron Bull or whatever it's called. Still here. Wow, Wolf, get out of here, brother. Go enjoy your Sunday. I will when I'm able to sleep. Yeah, exactly. Chicago, they lie to themselves. Like, how deranged do you have to be? Like, you know, to thine own self be true. If you got to at least be honest with yourself, you can't tell the truth to yourself, something really wrong. I believe that too. They lie so much they begin to believe their own lies. I've always wondered that, like how that works. Like, I don't know. I could never do that. Lie to yourself. You look at yourself in the mirror and just, I don't know. I don't know how these people work. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. I've studied some psychology, but some of these people are just, I don't know. And they think that you're as wacky as they are. So they think that you're a big lying fraud like them. Well, some of them know you aren't, but some of them, I think they think that you are because they're that way. And so they think that everybody's that way because thieves think that everybody steals, murderers think everybody kills, and liars think everybody's a fraud like them. So they think everybody's just out grifting and doing whatever kind of blah crap, you know. No, not everybody's a stupid, crazy person. Yeah, they do have too much time on their hands, Eberron, for sure. Is it Eberron or Eberron? How do you say your name? Eric Ogle, when can I start doing Livestream Rumble? Whenever, as long as I know that enough people are going to go into the chat. We can talk about all kinds of things over there. I can tell you things that I can't tell you here. I can say things freely. What are the new songs added to the PST Paranormal Soundtable? We're waiting on the approval for the Skinwalker song to be on there, and then we have another song that's coming out called Envy that Nelly made based on these people. You know, all of them together. Just no, Sikhs are not Hindu. Some people think that Chicago. I don't know that I really believe that, but yeah, 18 years of his life, Jesus was in India, in Tibet, in Egypt, and all these other places. Yeah, exactly. Fake subs equal to showing up to a date from a dating app, and the person looks nothing like the picture. Exactly. And you're just like, gee, you're only 200 pounds heavier than I thought you were. Catfishing people. Shade Viking says UFC 300 was epic. Who fought? I haven't been keeping up with the last like 20 of them. Well, no, it's not been that long, but like the last like 15. I agree, Wendy. Agree with that. Let me grab something else to drink. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, folks, please, if you could, go to Paranormal Soundtable and like and subscribe there, please. We got lots of views. We just need the subscribers. Lee Traeger E. Wolf, what do you consider the weirdest mutation you've heard of? Huh. Weirdest mutation. Man, I've heard of some weird ones, man. The wolves in Chernobyl will come to mind. Tainted land producing six-legged cows. Or who really knows why that happens? I mean, we really don't know why. D. Neal says, I just don't get it. There's so much room for everyone's thoughts, theories, ideas, and experiences. They're all interesting. Why does it have to be their way or no way? It makes no sense. Yeah, I don't. Especially the one guy with his weird obsession with me talking about the Anunnaki. What's weird about that, though, and why I think that there's more going on to that than what we know, is that there are people that he went to complain about me who actually believe what I propose is just a theory. Those people actually believe that, and he's over there like talking crap and mad at me, and I'm like, it doesn't even make any sense, dude. That's why I don't believe it's about religion. I don't believe any of their stories, their little backstories or whatever. You know, especially that guy. I think he's full of crap. I think that he's been on the other team for a long time. Go to PRT News and you'll see him interacting with Mike. He's on there. It's weird. You know, that's a good question, Lisa Ray. I don't know. Why do they restrict so many bits of content? Facebook too. I mean, and then you have to take legal action if you were to act right. James says, "What about the Aztec wolf god? What about him? Xolotl? Just more death, more of the cult of death." I mean, I'm not being snarky, James. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what you're asking. It's like the death god Camazotz from the Mayans. I mean, it's creepy, weird, you know. It is good morning. I'm going to say a prayer. If you guys don't want to be a part of it, you don't have to. But that's what I'm going to do. Father, I pray in the name of Christ. I come unto you in Jesus' name. Things are done if it is your will. I'm a sinner. I've committed many sins. Forgive me for these sins throughout yesterday, throughout last night, and this day so far, up until now. Thank you for your blessings upon us. Thank you for allowing us to be alive. Thank you for our good health and our freedom yesterday, last night, and this day so far, up to now. Lord, I ask you to help us to keep our good health and our freedom the rest of our lives. Things are if it is your will. Things are if it is your will, and please continue to lead us and guide us. Things are if it is your will. Amen. We live by his will. We live and we die by his will. Always. No matter what anybody says. Yeah, it's true, Nicholas, all over the crumb. Anytime we fight amongst ourselves, we literally are just fighting for scraps. That's all it is. I had somebody complaining about my Christianity the other day. It's like, complain about me being a Christian, and then Christians complain about me talking about anything other than the way that they believe in Christianity. It's like, it's exhausting. It's so tiring. It's like, dude, come on. I've studied a lot of things, and I'm not going to stop just because you're offended by some point that I made. At some point, we all got to grow up and leave people alone. Unfortunately, some people are in their 60s and they can't leave people alone. They just keep on. Good point. You should say that prayer before your feet touch the floor. Before you get out of bed, say that prayer. And then you should say another prayer later on. And in that prayer, you should always ask God, for those that are not saved and not Christians, to accept Christ into their heart and deny evil and repent of their past sins and transgressions and cling to what is good. And then you should thank God. You should thank God for everything, And there's some things you got to say, like thank God for your good health and your freedom, and ask him to let you keep it the rest of your life, up until the point where it's time to go home. It's a blessing. Yeah, it's true. The Anunnaki referred to the creator of all. Even they knew there was a real God above them. See, that's the problem, though. People are just so, they'll do anything to silence me. Anything to silence me. I'm going to say this, and you may think it's a joke, and it may happen. It may happen. Then one day you're all going to be sitting there going like, wow, they actually did. I believe that they will do anything, including and up to murder. I have this, it's not a sense of dread, because I'm not afraid to die. People that have that, they're dreading their death. I'm not dreading it. But let's be honest, at some point, one of these lunatics, I don't know, Gaetano said that, I'm going to end up like Selena. Especially when you have your former fans, doing all the crap they're doing. Because I wouldn't do what they wanted me to do, the way that they wanted me to do it, when they wanted me to do it. They wanted control. They wanted control of me and of my show. And it's crazy, man. Delana, the thing is, people are going to act the way they're going to act, and they're going to do the things you're going to do, and you can't control it. And especially when it comes to your own family, they're going to be the way they're going to be. This is something maybe we should talk about. I mean, there are literally attachments that people get, demonic, evil attachments, and those they attach themselves to people. Literally attach themselves physically to people. In the spiritual sense, they physically attach, and what they do is they make their will yours. The way that you combat that is through Christ and the Holy Spirit. And you have to use those tools, those weapons that God gave you. Call upon them in your time of need. And that's how you cleanse yourself and keep yourself with these things. Keep them off of you. Burn them off with the white light of Christ, of God. Focus on that. It could help keep you safe, keep you clean. And Danita has a good point. I'm fortunate enough to have a lot of really close friends in this community. I have a lot of people who I'm very close to, that I deal with, and that call on me and check on me, and Thing too, like people like to say things like, "This guy got mental health issues. This guy's got issues. This guy needs to do." No, I don't. I'm not crazy. I don't have mental health issues. I don't have any kind of. I don't have bipolar. I'm not bipolar. Not at all. I'm not one of these. I don't get depressed really. Like some people, they get depressed, and that's unfortunate. That happens to people. I'm not one of those people that's suicidal. I don't. How do you say it? There's so many people who want to put a diagnosis on somebody because they don't believe like them. And that's just not true. I'm not that person. I'm very well grounded. I just like to talk, and do what I do. And I'll make fun of people, and just because of their stupidity, I can't help it. It's just something in me. Because they're ridiculous. Bring, bring. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yep. Pitcher and Sons. Yeah. Roofies. Yeah, that's what we do. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, really? So you're saying this man is not an Aggie? Mm-hmm. And he doesn't believe in the baby Jesus. He believes in something else. Oh boy. Oh boy. Whew. Okay, you know what? Hold on one second. I'm getting so mad. Swallow my dip. I ain't even joking, man. I'm getting so mad and just I'm getting madder and madder. Oh my gosh. Just can't even think straight right now. I'm so mad. I'm just so mad, folks. I just found out that somebody doesn't believe like I do. They don't believe in the baby Jesus like I believe in the baby Jesus. Okay, so what's this guy believe in? Oh, really? What? They believe in what? They worship what? A whole country like that. There's a whole country where people believe like that. They don't believe like me. What? There's 50 different countries like what? Yeah, well, I don't care about all them. I care about this one guy over here in Austin, Texas. I hate him. Well, because because he his it's a long story. His nephew had premarital affairs with another consenting adult woman, and it just got me all hot and bothered and riled up. It's just I don't know how to explain it. I'm just what was that? Well, yeah, they were adults. Yeah. Well, that's not the point. Look, the point. Okay, okay. Well, no. Let me tell you something now. That's what. Why are you calling to tell me this? Because I was calling you to tell you naughty things about him, and now you're telling me that there's all these countries that believe differently than me. That can't happen. I cannot allow these other countries to do that. But I'm going to have to attack one person at a time. And right now, my focus is on Mr. Turner. Have you got information about him? Did he say anything bad? Or did he pay his credit cards late, or maybe not pay a gas bill or something? I mean, anything at all. Anything. Something I could turn into his HOA. Does he have a stick laying in his yard? Nothing? Well, I know he gets a background check every year, but got to be something bad about. I mean, besides his horrible beliefs and kneeling before the devil. No, I don't have proof of that yet, but I'm working on it. My friend Fluffy is working hard to make a video to destroy him, but it's taken a while. Well, it's probably in the mailbox, but I'm not going to go check. Why? Because that's where the letter is. The letter for what? Oh, for me to stop? Well, I'm just not going to look at it. I'm just not going to look at it. I'm not going to do that. Well, when you find something out about him, you call me up. You have a good day. A blessed baby Jesus day. I imagine that that's probably how his day goes. That's what I'm not 100%. I'm not saying this is 100%. Can't assume because that makes an ass out of you and me, but I'm thinking that's probably what he does all day long. uh, Thank you, Liberty, for that donation. That's amazing. Look at that. That's crazy. He said all the best to you and PRT. You're one of the best people. Now I had lawyer money, and I'm probably gonna need it. And then lead tracker says declaring people mentally ill because they are talking about their own experiences is abusive. Liberty, once again, I appreciate that, man. I really do. More than you know. It also shows that there are people that care. All the people who've donated and been very kind and generous today. It's been nice. I've enjoyed this time together with you guys. I know I should probably jump off or whatever, but I'm having fun, Yeah, see, another good one by Lead Tracker E. The Almighty is large enough and confident enough for our questions. Our Father wants us to talk to him and search a matter out. I mean, I'm trying to plant some seedlings and I can't stop laughing. Fluffington. The sad thing is, folks, they know where I live, so I have to have a guard here all the time. And that costs money too, because these people just not happy to leave me alone. D. Neal says, I love baby Jesus in the manger. We speak of him in our home all the time. I love baby Jesus too. I'm just talking about that guy, just trying to pretend like, that's all he cares about. He doesn't want to know the real Jesus. Not that baby Jesus wasn't, but like Jesus that talks and says things that make you uncomfortable because you're not living your life correctly. That's the baby Jesus that people don't want to know about, because that's the Jesus that people like. He's the one that's going to turn over the money changers with a whip. He's the one that's going to tell you you're wrong. Baby Jesus didn't do all that. That's why they're like, I like the baby Jesus. It's sort of a childish thing, like whatever. Hire a Bigfoot. Why would I hire a Bigfoot? So they could kill me? Joe Elbert. Oh boy, yeah. You should have heard the things it is so bad. They engaged in form eye catching, two consenting adults. Oh Lord, help us! Next thing they'll be listening to rock and roll and getting tattoos. At some point, you could share your knowledge of where Jesus did go for those years. I can tell you, he traveled all the way to Japan. Folks, it's like over here in the West, especially United States, like we live in a bubble. And they have records of Jesus in India and in Japan, like all over the place. I mean, they do. It's the truth. I mean, it's like people can't. Well, we can't find out what happened. We don't like. But if you talk to those people from those countries and that study those religions, that truly know about those religions, they'll tell you. I mean, they will tell you that. Scotty, the West has turned into a materialistic bubble. You're right. It says, where can we read these records? Thank you. Oh, man. They're all over, dude. I mean, you can go to certain ashrams and temples all over the place. And if you actually go there, the monks and the different priests in those places of multiple religions, Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, various different sects of Christianity, along the way in those places, they will talk of him being there, having been there. There are multiple people who've written books about it. Just read the books. I mean, you know, and of course we have multiple books that people don't want you to read because they're not in their Bible, the whole Bible, as they call it. It's like your Bible is very incomplete. Very incomplete. Another thing, too, like Jesus had the power to be multiple places at one time. This guy walked on water. He did things that no one else has ever done or has ever repeated. And so he could be multiple places, multiple times. I mean, just people are crazy. They don't get it. They don't get it. And the thing that gets me worked up and gets me offended is that they want to put themselves on the level of God. That's what it's all about. God created me, blah, blah, you know, because they want to be close to God in the way that they believe that God gave them dominion over animals and to do with what they will, and that God gave them, you know, everything. And so it just, you know, it's you know, they basically feel like they're God because God created them. That's what they want. God forbid that we are actually imperfect. The most pious and holy men, Pharisees, every one of them. Yeah, the Vatican, dude. Yep, we are all sinners. Ain't one of us escaping judgment. You can jump up and cheer and think that everything is going to be great when Jesus returns, but we're all going to have a lot of explaining to do. Goodness gracious, I'm telling you. Matt C says, in our lifetime, we ever get 100% real and undeniably photos or videos of Dogman and Bigfoot? What do you think? Morgan says, the next time you talk to the man from the Vampire Werewolf Cult, can you ask them if their eyes glow in night vision cameras? A good question. I haven't been talking to him lately. I mean, I pretty much figured I had gotten all that I could out of him. What else is there other than the guys and gals that they've introduced me to? Not allowed 40 that would have killed him. What does that mean? Exactly. God is no respecter of persons. People think he cares what degrees you have, whatever money you have. God says, blah, 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 depart from me. I never knew you. When Jesus tells you that, that's going to be, oh boy. Somebody asked me that question. They said, if you were a Christian and you were saved and you just happened to be backslid, right? And then you go before Christ and because at the day of judgment, that terrible day, and he tells you, I never knew you. How is that possible that these people were saved, or they thought they were, and that they did things and they thought that they had a personal relationship with God, you know, a personal relationship with Christ, Why would God, why would the Son of God tell you, depart from me, I never knew you? Well, the answer is very simple, because I believe that some people are born beyond redemption. I keep saying that. And Christ doesn't know them. He's never going to know them. And that person can pray and they can imitate all they want, and they can quote scripture upside down and backwards. It doesn't matter, because Christ never is going to know you. You could say the salvation prayer 1,000 times. What you're really doing, though, is just being a sociopath that mimics human emotion. And therefore, you never really had a relationship with Christ. No matter how many times you prayed and said things, it's just for you to get to heaven / not go to hell. That's for you to do that. And so you're doing all that, and it means absolutely nothing. Nothing. Because, never knew you. I mean, you were never meant to be known. So what sociopaths are. Oh, that's creepy, Morgan. Yep. Does me too. But there has to be, because think about the serial killers. And I could talk about serial killers all day long too. It's just another subject that I can speak on, But think about it. These serial killers are born beyond redemption, right? So John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, all these different serial killers. There's a lot of them, not just the famous ones we know about. But dude, I'm telling you, they're born beyond redemption. I mean, they never knew Christ, and they never will. They could pray and say that they do. Doesn't matter. They don't have it in their heart to have any empathy for anything. These ginger chews are so good. So I'm going to balance. Let me do one more story. One more. I got a lot of different categories we could choose from. Every time I tell somebody's story, I get a message saying, "Thank you, finally." Because they're just like, I'm not laughing. I'm just, because I'm, Oh, that is weird, Morgan. Kez Mark McIntyre says, what do you say to some who says Christianity was made to rule people out of fear? Some versions of it were. Some people used it for that. Does that mean that we're all that way? No, it doesn't mean that we're all bad and that we're Christianity is being used, to be evil and whatever. I mean, stretching my back here, folks. Looks unprofessional, leaning back like that. But it probably looks unprofessional eating these things from my throat too. Yeah, Delane, I know about the demonic faces. It happens to a lot of people. I don't think that everybody that it happens to is necessarily bad. I think that there's just demons around doing what they do. Messing with people all the time. You gotta stay prayed up. Be strong. Can't let them win. Mm-hmm. See what we got here. I've got a lot of recordings too. Somebody said about recordings. I don't play the recordings too much, and I don't show the pictures, man, because it's just you're just gonna get attacked, man. I'm telling you, and it's just more crap. The sounds like that video that Barton played. And sure enough, the guy from that group started in on him. Never ends, man. Is religion a way for humanity to understand the world? Yeah, in some ways. Yeah, Madeline said maybe you can put the pics and recordings on the Patreon. Maybe we could do that. Maybe we could just start putting on Patreon. That way, you're not going to get made fun of because the people on Patreon are the hardcore people who actually, really care and believe in this the hardest because they're paying. What? I'm reading some of the comments here. Oh man. Well, because hard truth, what else is there to do in jail but discover Christ? If you can't discover Christ in jail, I don't know where you're going to discover him. I mean, if you can't get yourself together. But y'all give me some suggestions here, what y'all want to hear. I can give you a story before I go. I started burning real bad. I was like, what the heck? Felt like I was starting to get sleepy, and then all of a sudden I had a burning in my eye. Still burning. Ugh. Just my left eye is like burning. It's weird. Dogman, werewolf, or vampire, wolfman, etc. Pick me. Does somebody want to jump on? I mean, tell me now. I can put you on. You don't even have to tell a story. You can just be on with me if you want. Up to you. We already told Carla's story, Madeline. That's weird, Morgan. I've never heard of that. Oh, ginger chews and I rub my eye. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Lisa, yeah, we think we know like part of why it was haunted, but there was more. The people that were before us had to have been practicing something to have made it that hard. Yes, Missy, we are going to talk about that. That's like the Forbidden City Part 2 because Agnes did not just have those experiences there. She had them after she left, and that they followed her. D Truth, come on, man. Seriously, man. Any stories about snake people? Yep. I told them on the show too. They were called the Snakeheads. David Weatherly covered a case like that. Very weird. These people, just a refresher on that, they, when somebody went to their house to knocked on the door, when they opened the door, they just found like meat packages everywhere, all over the place. There was no furniture. They were weird, man. They were weird. They looked like snakehead people. Let me put my glasses on. See the chat real good. God, these freaking Lasix, dude. How do you choose a legitimate channel? Ugh, Matt, um, I know a lot of good ones. We're not going to be doing a conference, Lisa. Lisa Ray says, "What is your favorite story experience?" Um, for me, what's happened to me, or my favorite one to talk about. I'm gonna put some water in my eyes. Give me 1 second, and I'll come back and I'll answer. It says here, okay. Anything that stands out to you, personal or shared story, you pick. Okay. There have been so many different stories that I've told over the years of different people's encounters with weird stuff. I mean everything from AI robots. I mean that people have told us about to dogman type creatures, werewolf looking creatures. I mean, Bigfoot, gugwees, wendigos, terrifying ghost stories like the ones we talked about earlier. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. You got to be specific. I mean, give me a category and I can narrow it down. I mean, it's just there's so much. Yesterday, saw a pic on YouTube showing a very famous wife of an A-lister, but her hands, they look like claws. Yeah. I don't know if they were trying to slam her as the creator doesn't like her, but hands. Weird. Doesn't surprise me. I don't know. Give me some topics, folks. Give me some topics here. I just need somebody to step up and tell me what you want to hear about. I heard a couple people say dog man, but I mean, there's lots of that. Cryptid against cryptid. That's a good one. I got one. It was in Michigan. It wasn't the Manistee National Forest. There was another one that I heard from, and it was like, so we said robots. Yeah, we've covered AI. Go listen to AI Apocalypse. Trust me, that's some weird stuff. There was one. It wasn't in the Manistee National Forest. It was like, I think it was like in Western Michigan. I'm trying to remember. Okay, there was one that we were told. This has probably been a couple of weeks now, and we haven't really had a chance to flesh it out too much. But we did look at it, and I was like, "What do you think of this?" Because somebody had sent it to us, and I don't remember the guy's name. So if you want me to kind of, well, I guess I could tell it. It's kind of half, not really done. You have to kind of refine it. When somebody gives you a raw story, you have to kind of refine. If you're worth your salt, as a researcher and as a person who retells people's encounters, you have to be able to sort of be able to refine it, and so, but I can tell you, unless you want me to wait and be able to tell you more about it, I can tell you what I know now. Best should wait. What has happened to you that has scared you really bad? Damn, there's been a lot of weird stuff. One of the things I was talking to somebody about the other night, and it was Matt Impsch. And me and him were talking, and we had this long conversation, and we were talking about how even after our encounters, we continue to have like weird stuff happen. There have been 3, I would say, other times where I believe that the being that I came in contact with when I was 15 was around. Like it was still around. Like there was something going on with this being. And one of those times was when I was working at this place called Trison, and I was doing security there, and they were building it. And I had walked around outside doing the rounds, and there was nothing but woods around there. And I heard what sounded like footfall paralleling me from the tree line, and I heard a growl and a grunt, and I was like, I knew immediately that was a dog man, and it wasn't just I knew what it was, I could tell, and it wasn't just any dog man creature, whatever. It was the one that I had encountered when I was 15. What it was doing there, I don't know. It was only about, I would say, from that place right there, it was probably about 25, not even 25. I'd say 20. Let's see. Be 4 miles closer. So it'd be about 22 miles from where I saw mine. And that would, even if it was just a physical flesh and blood creature, could easily have been the same creature. And so I think that that's what it was. I think that's what we were dealing with. And so, yeah, I think that I encountered it again. And then in one time when I was at my house in South Austin, I encountered the same energy from something that was very similar. I believe that that's what that was. And both times it was terrifying. Like I know that that's what that was. Like in my heart, I know that's what that was. There's no like, oh, well, maybe it was that, or maybe it was something else. It was pretending to be that. No, there was a mimic that pretended to be that at the haunted tower. And I didn't name it the haunted tower. It's what Anthony named it. But when you stop and you look at these cases, you realize like cases, I mean, like these incidents that happened in my life, you realize that there are all kinds of things going on all the time. But it's the wavelength that you manage to link into. And then, it's like, there it is, I think that when you stop and you look at what Ron Moorhead said on one of my posts when I was talking about these beings, being shapeshifters, and he said that's absolutely correct. I mean, especially when you listen to J.C. Johnson, the late great J.C. Johnson, when he talks about these things, he's very upfront and honest about it. He just says, I believe that they're shapeshifters, And he says, he goes on to talk about how they do it. Yeah. So those two times, besides the time that I actually saw the dog, I didn't see it again. Now one night I was leaving the farm out near my hometown, and me and my wife saw something upright standing, and it wasn't a Bigfoot, I can tell you that, and it was kind of thin, and it wasn't a person. So I gotta wonder if that's not what that was if it was some sort of dog man, because that's kind of what it looked like. I got a real quick glimpse of it, and that's probably, and that's not the first time I've seen what may have been a dog man. But besides the that first time, I know for sure, 100%. But I can tell you this: I don't go around claiming those experiences because I don't know. Just like when my wife saw Bigfoot, I saw something that looked, yeah, it could probably have been a Bigfoot, but I don't claim it as my experience. Oh yeah, a lot of dreams. A lot of people have had weird dreams. The heck was that? That was weird. Reading the comments, folks. Morgan says, any new info be connected to the Satan worshipers? Probably. I mean, I think they are. I think that there's a connection there. Can I prove it or say 100% that that's what's going on? No, but I believe that that's what was going on. Just can't prove it. Danita says, when you do sleep, I hope you do not dream at all. Why is that? I believe that, Mimi. I think once you see one thing, it opens you up to everything else. Yeah, that's probably true. Nicholas is going to resend the story to the PRT podcast email just so you know where to find it. Georgia Anastasia says, I had dreams with 3 tall hooded creatures at the same time as my sister. Has any time, and then Daniel Bruni says, has any time ever entered a portal? Any time, what person you mean? Visually have seen what? Not following what you're saying there. So, I mean, I think you're saying like you're asking like, has anyone ever entered a portal visually? Is that what you're asking? I don't know. And so, lead tracker E says, pray before you sleep that the Lord will keep any dreams you have not directly from Him. Ask that the angels stand guard over you through the sleep. I think I will be fine, but I do pray anyway. Yeah, 15 legs. Best chicken fried steak in Texas used to be my grandmother. Hey, Josh, any stories from Chicago? Yes, actually, yes. There was somebody that told me, here's one from Chicago. I can tell you it was right off the top of my head. I remember this one. There used to be a place called Cabrini Green, and you probably know about it if you're from Chicago. But like I was just driving the other day, and I was like, it just popped into my head. And I remember one of my cousins up there in Chicago had told a story about it. And they were repeating something that somebody had said, but get this, kind of out of the blue, somebody sends me a story about it back in like I think now it's been so long. It was like around the time of the conference, like in September or something like that. And they were talking about this giant rat-like creature that chewed through the wall of their apartment, and it was so big. They said it was the size of like a large dog, not a small dog, not a medium-sized dog, a large dog, and that when it went through the wall, that it ran into their room. They said they were like an 11 and an 8-year-old. Okay, so and these were little children, and this thing had gone through the wall and tried to attack them, and they basically had fought it off. It was a horrific incident, but the crazy thing about it was when it finished trying to, like, now get this, grab the smallest, youngest child, which was 4 years old, which was their little cousin, and she had been neglected by the aunt and uncle. So these 2 children, remember this incident happened back in the late 90s or whatever, and they were saying that the youngest, their little cousin, was the target of this creature, and supposedly the people that had lived in the apartment next to them, this was like, really bad place. That person had abandoned their apartment. Something had happened, and they just left it. And so this big giant rat like. I say rat like because it wasn't really a rat. It was something else, And so it attacked them as they were trying to keep it from dragging away their little cousin. Now, dragging away like the little cousin, it was doing this with hands. Yeah, like it was a bipedal humanoid type thing because it stood up and it tried to grab her. Think of like Master Splinter, but really, really gross and on steroids. And so they started throwing things at it and attacking it. And what ultimately got it to stop was one of them used a flashlight on it, like actually blinded it in its eyes. And so this creature that had these pinkish red eyes, whatever, dropped the child. And the only one I remember was one of the girls' names was Ebony. And she's the one that sent me the story. Her older brother, I don't remember his name. And the little cousin that was staying with him, I don't remember her name. But Ebony said that this thing dropped the child, the cousin, and they were all screaming and crying. And the mother was out working or whatever. And because Chicago's a rough place for everybody. It really is. I stayed a summer up there, and it's not. It's, oof, man. It's lit, bro, for real. But yeah, I heard some stories about rats. But that to me is some sort of mutation of some sort of giant were-rat. Scary, yeah. Quantum Gut Feeling says I was stalked by a skinwalker once, and if he wanted me, he could have. But I'm sure the only thing that held it back is that I prayed, and I did pray, and it worked. It does work. I think these creatures, even if they are physical creatures or a physical manifestation of something spiritual and evil, it doesn't matter. I still think that we can stop them. I still believe that. I believe that they have no power over us. They can try, but I used to be afraid. Like, I'm not going to go out in the woods and be around these creatures or whatever, And now I don't give a crap, dude. I really don't. I have no fear of them because back when I was afraid, I thought they were like a physical creature, like an animal that was just there out in the woods. And now I know that you can tell them in the name of Jesus. Now, there are some, I do believe, like the one that Joe Barger shot and the one that Shane's brother shot. And that's the people that own the property from the original Hernandez Ranch that was, the people that sold them the property. They're still out there, And, I believe the one that it bled. They bleed, some of them do. But even then, I think we have dominion over them, and because Christ gives us that. No sound. What you talking about, Willis? I would suggest doing everything through God. Like even now, before I took a drink of that, and I was praying, just thanking God for it, blessing it. You should do that for anything you put in your mouth. You eat or drink. Many dreams are energy harvesting from the sleeper by beings in dream worlds. Yep. That's true. That's why you end up in the city of night. Yeah, actually, I did tell a Dogman encounter in Greece. A couple of them, I think. And I told the Goat Man story too that came out of Greece. I went to Athens as a kid and was allowed to just take off on a tour and do whatever. But yeah, then you realize you're like, yeah, my parents really did not. Yeah, whatever. Yes, Maddie, when it tried to grab it, it had hands. Raccoon-like hands, but hands, not like a rat's little feet. You know what I mean? Bigfoot stories from the big ticket. Chicago is rough. It is. Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. D Truth, what states do you feel have the most dogman and Bigfoot sightings? I think Texas. I really do. I think Texas has the most dogman Bigfoot sightings. Probably would be Alaska if more people lived there. I mean, you get more dogman sightings. I mean, look at Aaron Deese just wrote another book about it. I mean, he had the Texas Dogman Triangle, you know. I mean, you got there's so many reports in this area. But I don't know if y'all know, maybe you could enlighten me. I don't know. I just saw it the other day. I was like on that thread, but Aaron's new book had come out. I don't know if it's all about Texas or if this new one is based in somewhere else or whatever. But I know that there's a lot of freaking reports of these creatures here in Texas. I'm just saying that being a homer, you know, like, oh, I'm from Texas, I'm gonna say that. No, there's a lot of them here. I agree with that too, Daniel. I think when they take physical form, they're susceptible to physical death. I think it depends on the being. Beings with plant DNA? Yep. Well, there's people who I believe are literally who have succumbed to what I think is like, I don't know if you want to call it possession, but like they are overcome with fungi. That's kind of like a parasite, you know. That's scary, Clifton. I'm gonna post that comment right there. Wendy Eater, you have a friend moving to Kerrville, Texas? I literally have gotten about three. Let's see. I've gotten two. No, wait. Let's see. One of them, I don't know what it is. One of them, I'm 100% sure it was a goat man. 3, 4 Bigfoot reports out of there, maybe. Oh no, at least five Bigfoot reports out of that area. Absolutely positive because guy used to be in the chat all the time. And he reached out to me, Anthony Tony, and told us that his uncle was a werewolf. And another guy claimed that he watched his friend's uncle turn into one. That's Kerrville right there. And then they have the most haunted museum, dude. I was in there, dude. I felt like something touched my leg. Yeah, that's a rough one. Beautiful place, but it is definitely got crawling with stuff. Another place is Marble Falls, and another one's Dripping Springs. Those places just full of stuff. The bear reports, the bear man reports, unreal. Yeah, you remember that, Maddie? Yeah. Somebody actually messaged me and was like, "Why do you got to be on for 5 hours? Why are you trying to flex?" I'm like, "These people get a freaking life, dude." I'm like, "What? These people will literally just watch you and everything you do just so they can hate on you." And it's hilarious because it drives them nuts, man. It drives them nuts. I don't even know you, dude. You can talk trash. They act like we have some kind of friendship, relationship, or something. We can you can talk to me like that, and I'm gonna care. You know, I'm up here I'm flexing, ooh, because you know they're not make muscle flexing, but they're trying to say that I'm flexing by being up here so long, whatever. I'm just bored and couldn't sleep, dude. Well, I'm not bored. I had things I was doing. I was having some fun, but I really wanted to talk about some stuff. Yeah, make Liberty a moderator? Sure. Why not? I mean, if you've been around for a while and you want to be a moderator, I'm not the one that makes those decisions, but I mean, I have no problem with that. These people are idiots, dude. Right now, somebody just said something to me on my phone. I'm not even gonna entertain. Nope, not even go. So, dude, whatever. Yes, I did. hmm If y'all only knew, man, I only talk about maybe 15% of maybe 20% of the stuff that happens. You have no idea how much I go through. It's unbelievable. People saying stupid things, like sitting in their mom's basement criticizing me. Mm. Would rather have a dog man than a bear man on my face. Absolutely. I think the bear man is way worse, like way worse from what I've seen. The reports that I've gotten, they're pretty bad. Yeah, it's really weird. Okay, I'm going to say something about this. Do you think that they interfere with your dreams? I'm going to tell you something really weird. During certain elections, and in particular the one between uh, Trump and Clinton, people were claiming that that a bunch of people at one time had dreams of the female being all sensual and like whatever because supposedly, and I'm not saying this is I believe this or this is 100% fact or anything like that, but they were casting supposedly these are what people say they were casting a spell. So I think it's just gross. That's just me. Eddie Pett says, "What percentage of crypto?" What? I have no idea. I'm even going to touch that. Hmm. I'm actually not. I've never had to do this before. Hmm. Lisa Ray, you didn't know about the Bear Man? The song "The Bear King" is literally based on the legend of the Bear Man. We did we've done shows on the Bear King, on the Bear Man. Pretty crazy stuff. I mean, Jenna Perry and Guadalupe Hernandez, that were no relation to the Hernandez Range people, but their stories were based on the bear. I mean, like based on they were what they saw, based on what they saw, the Bear Man, whatever. Okay. Mermaid stories, please. Yes, someone that's a vampire. Hmm. Hmm. Oh boy. Okay. Chakra, shadow cats, yeah. That's the truth. There are shadow cats, shadow beings that look like cats. I told the story of those on one of the episodes. There was somebody who actually saw these things. I saw something that looked like a kind of like a cat thing, like kind of floating in the air. And there was a woman in that same at that same base, whatever that base place that claims to have seen something like that. We did a whole show on it. And thank you to everyone that donated. Appreciate it. It's greatly appreciated. I bet you the people that are they're probably the ones that are, I would say probably right now just like pissed off because we're doing this. Like, this guy's never gonna go away. I said I wasn't going to. They want me to go away, but it's not gonna happen. Oh, shoot. Yeah, please like and subscribe. Anyone out there lost a pet and swore they hung around for a while after, like you could feel them jump on your bed at night or rub against your leg. Yeah. Why is that the case? Like the greenish yellow eyes. Like there's so many of these things that have like these green eyes. It's like I can't believe how many people have seen those. $24-hour marathon? Okay. It's 5 hours in. Let's see what we can do. I'm going to need at least $200 an hour for this. That way we can raise all the money we need to destroy our enemies, get our equipment, get the man that burned my Bible, shot my dog, killed my family, and totally destroyed my credit. I don't think I could do it, though. Pretty tired already. Waiting, though, for something interesting to come along on the chat. See what we got here. Any new Pigman stories? No, unfortunately not. Nobody's come forward with that. Anthony told one on the show, though, and we talked about one. No, Corley, I have not. The Black-Eyed Kids, Charles, what is it that you want to know? I haven't heard that they stink. That's weird. That was a weird story, Corley. Maybe like sulfur. I don't think I've heard that. I'm just reading these comments, folks. All right, man. Well, it's been fun. I'm going to make you a moderator, Liberty, but I can't do it from StreamYard for some reason. I don't know why. See what happens. Been a good chat. Thank you to everyone who donated. Once again, thank you for everybody for showing up. Please like and subscribe. Don't forget to follow us. Probably not going to have a live or a stream this coming week until the weekend, more than likely. That's probably what's going to happen. But I enjoyed this, everybody, and I'm going to try and get some sleep. I'm not like, I can sleep. If I lay down and just say, the hell with it, I'll make myself go to sleep. I'm not like an insomniac where like I just can't sleep, you know. I just didn't feel like sleeping, and I don't know. I just didn't feel like it, and it wasn't. I knew if I laid down, it wouldn't happen right away. So I was like, you know, but if I really want to do something, I can make it happen. Doesn't matter. I can make it happen. I just wanted to spend time with you guys. Connie, yes. My cousin on my dad's side is actually white. He saw Lechuza. For Phantoms, that's actually a very good question. Unfortunately, that's the kind of question. If I start talking about it, I'm going to get attacked. So I don't really feel like being attacked. Dino sightings. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. This is actually not a tasty drink, folks. I'm slamming it down because my wife came and made me drink it. It's not very good, but it's very healthy. It's for my health. Lead Tracker E says, Wolf, do it in studio. What does that mean? Lyrical Jazzy says, hey, I was wondering, don't be a bother, but did you send out my package from winning in December? Yeah, there were a couple of people that we lost their information. Email me, please, at joshturnerprtpodcast.com. We don't want anybody getting left behind, not getting. If you are somebody who's owed something from us, we absolutely send it to you. It's actually yes, Morgan, I plan to interview the vampire hunter. Sure, I'll do that. Remind me. Madeline, you gave the wrong address email. It's joshturnerprtpodcast.com, not .net. Bear Man versus Dog Man? Bear Man, honestly. Okay, man. Appreciate it. Like I said, everybody that donated, we appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. It's been 5 hours. It's been fun. I had a good time, and I hope you enjoyed the encounters, the stories, and I've just been fun. I'm having fun reading the chat. I don't get to read the chat that much, because until afterwards, I'll go back sometimes, not very often, but sometimes I'll go back and watch an episode, and I'll get to read the chat then, but I don't ever get to read it hardly. I don't get to read it as much as I'd like during the show. So thank you to everybody for showing up. I'm going to see you later. All right, folks. I've had fun. I'll see you when I see you. Good night. Good day. Have a good day. Have a good Sunday.